have any questions, I'd be happy to help.
Very good, thank you. So stand by and we'll see if there are any public comments. So I'll open the floor to public comment on this approval of the final plat for what we call the Chick-fil-A site. Any public comment? Hearing none, I'll close the public comment section of the agenda and ask for a motion to approve the final. Moved by Councilwoman Avila, seconded by Councilman Cannonball, and I still owe that surprise Chick-fil-A bag to Councilwoman Bailey because she said she's never had it when we approved the site plan years ago. I think we'll have it delivered at the next council meeting for you. Uber Eats. All right, let's have a roll call.
Councilman Ross. Councilman Davis.
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila. Yes. Councilman Cannonball. Yes. Councilwoman Bailey. Mayor Fletcher. The motion carries.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for coming down. All right, tab 15, Mr. White.
Yes. Tab 15 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, denying a vested rights determination as requested by Viking Investment Property South, LLC, for 3 parcels measuring approximately 20 acres, as identified by Miami-Dade County folio numbers 10, 7823, 00, 0110, 0120, and 0140, generally located south of Southeast 8th Street, Lucy Street, and east of Southwest 192nd Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Cordino, go ahead. This is deferred from last month.
Yes, this was deferred from last month. It's being heard this month. I'm going to explain exactly what's happening here. It's a little bit complicated, but I think I can make it clear. Staff's recommending a denial of the vested rights determination. There's no evidence that a vested rights exists. So I'll give you some background. The property consists of 3 parcels of land. It's about 20 acres in total. The parcels of land are essentially zoned in 2 different ways. Retail commercial, B2, and which is one of the parcels, and 2 parcels which are multiple apartment district, or R3 for those. All of these parcels are contained in the land use for all this is technology mixed use. The problem we have, one of the problems we have amongst many, is that the R3 zoning district is not compatible with the technology mixed use. So regardless of anything that would happen, to develop the R3 would have to be rezoned to something that is compatible with the technology mixed use. So it's essentially off the table for development in R3 right now, but that's exactly what the applicant is proposing, development on R3. B2 is compatible with the TMU designation, and it is the kind of the restricted retail, or it's a retail commercial. It's the middle level of B2 district. So let me go through the analysis of this type of this mixed use. We carefully reviewed all the application materials for the vested rights. A vested right is, and what we've discovered, that the applicant simply has not demonstrated the existence of a vested right. A vested right is essentially a right that's been earned that cannot be taken away from an applicant. And to attain the vested right, the applicant must have gone through the entire development services process and essentially have undertaken partial construction of an approved development according to the code. So I'll start to talk about the code in literally, and then talk about what the code means. The code has 4 criteria within the code, all of which 4 criteria must be met. That's unambiguous. It's certainly the code essentially says that prior to the effective date of this division, any amendment to the division of, or any amendment to the division of the code, that the property needs to be zoned with a classification that is which is permitted up to the required density. Number 2, that it has a valid, issued, currently effective building permits obtained prior to the date of this division. Number 3, that prior to the effective date of the division, any amendment to this division has a site plan or T-plat submitted for review, or that the person is in good faith, relied and acted on as a detriment upon the matters referred in subparagraph 2 or 3. What this really means is, again, the applicant had to go through and complete the entire development service process. They needed to attain zoning, right? They needed to have the zoning that exists. They needed to then have an approved site plan. They needed to take that site plan to the building department and receive building permits. Then they needed to act on those building permits and start the construction of the development. At that point in time, a vested right would exist, and we would recommend approval. None of that has happened. None of it has happened. I'll walk through the criteria. The zoning criteria, first one, do you have the right zoning? In this case, the applicant is claiming a vested right for a multifamily residential development of 15 units per acre. The applicant claims that they have a vested right because has the proper zoning, which was R3 prior to 1994. Only of the 3 parcels, 2 are zoned R3. The other one is a B2. Therefore, zoning is not had, right? The R3 is unimplementable. Even if that right at 15 units an acre were to exist, it would have to be rezoned to something that's implemented by the TMU. But the fact of the matter is, they have one of the parcels that is B2. So that criteria is not satisfied. That essentially, they don't have zoning, therefore they really can't have anything else. So the vested right is not granted right there. So you go to the permits criteria. The applicant is acknowledged in this application that no permits for this proposed development were found. We did the research. There is no evidence to the contrary. There are no site plans. That means there are no permits. And so the criteria is not satisfied. The site plan criteria. The city has no approved site plans for residential related to this property. There is a special use permit and a site plan approval were granted for a testing facility in 1998, I believe. But this is for, this is for a commercial development, right? And so it's a commercial site plan, not a residential site plan. The site plan that the applicant claims would grant them a vested right does not exist. Even if it did, no construction had been undertaken on this anyway. So that criterion is not satisfied. And the final criterion, which is really the most important part of this, is that the applicant needs to invest significant money or resources in obtaining the site plan, the permit, having the zoning, and then essentially started construction on the application. This criteria is really, it's kind of complicated when you read it in the code, but it's based on Florida statutes built exactly for this. So essentially, no building permits have been pulled, no infrastructure has been put on the ground. In fact, it's just a farm field with nothing in it. Therefore, that criteria it does not exist. And so essentially, this application needs to be denied. There is absolutely zero substantial competent evidence that a vested right exists. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and you have to have substantial competent evidence. It doesn't exist. Approving this would open you up to an easy legal challenge on that. There is another issue that I think is a bit of a red herring, and essentially the applicant is claiming that if somehow we don't grant the vested right that doesn't exist, that something worse would happen. We would be subject to the Live Local Act. While it is true that the B2 parcel, one parcel out of the 3 at this point would be subject to the Live Local Act, the Live Local Act certainly is not guaranteed to be implemented in this situation. Again, you would have to develop all 20 acres under the Live Local Act. The majority of this land would have to be rezoned by you to allow the Live Local Act to take place. Aside from that, the Live Local Act, while it says that you can take advantage of the highest density and the highest heights in the city, those are the only 2 breaks you get in the development of the Live Local Act. You have to conform with a host of other issues that exist in not only the state legislation, but the legislation that we put together in Homestead to protect against such things. Now, state legislation says that you need to have 40% of your development to be affordable housing. which is defined as 120% or less of the average median income. But you have to conform to all other zoning, all other setbacks, all other open space requirements. Aside from that, our ordinance 2306-16, which is even more onerous, which talks about a certain percentage of commercial that the mixed use that would produce is not a horizontal mixed use, it's vertical. The commercial would have to be on the ground floor, and another under things. So the thought that granting somebody a right that clearly doesn't exist, that's double the density that they would necessarily be entitled to under a regular zoning code, and having this hung over the head that the Live Local Act would definitely happen is an absolute red herring, and it's something that obviously we don't regulate on phantom things that don't exist in the code. This clearly is not a vested right in no way, shape, or form, and we're recommending denial.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so before the applicant comes forward, are there any initial questions or comments from council? Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question regarding the Live Local and the criteria that we have in place. If it did go through with the one parcel where it would be allowed, what would that density look like?
You'd have to really evaluate the numbers. The fact of the matter is that you could do, theoretically, you can get 31 units an acre and a 6-story building if the applicant can meet the other criteria, meaning that they would have to, by the way, they have to have 40% of it to be affordable, which means subsidized to a certain extent, right? 60% could be regular, the other would be subsidized. They'd have to meet all the other criteria in the code, again, all of the setbacks, open space requirements, pervious space requirements, those types of things. And the general take on Live Local at this point is Homestead's density and height. It's not necessarily dense and it's not necessarily tall, and you would need significantly more density and height to make a Live Local Act project work in the city of Homestead, particularly on a very small parcel like this. I believe this parcel is 5 acres. The B2 is 10 acres. So at theoretically, you could get 310 units out of the 10 acres, but I just think that that is likely not to pencil out at this point in time on such a small site.
Thank you, Mayor.
Clarification, though, and I follow your logic to a certain point. The parcels that have the overlay and the old zoning of R3, but have the TMU overlay, by definition, TMU requires a B-level zoning. So we put a pin in that, as James likes to say. TMU requires a B-level zoning. Live Local is permitted as a matter of right in a B zoning.
Correct.
So with the one parcel that's currently zoned B2 of the 3, if the owner of the property or the vendee of the property were to come in and rezone in compliance with TMU, all 3 parcels would then be subject to Live Local, not just the one that's currently zoned B2.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
So that then would be a different density calculation and perhaps an easier fit of a Live Local project.
I would believe it would be easier. I still believe that there are so many hoops to jump through that it's still a difficult climb. I think the main issue here is the sense that we're given a false choice. We're being said, give me a right that does not exist, or I'll do Live Local. I mean, clearly, this application, there is no vested right. It meets 0 of the 4 criteria. It does not have the zoning. It does not have a site plan. It does not have permits, and it's done no construction. There's been no investment. It in no way meets the vested right criteria. So you can do live local on it regardless. This is a false choice that you've been given. You're being told double the residential density that would be allowed out there on residential from 8 to 15, or I'm going to do a live local act on you. That's not what we evaluate, right? I mean, I understand the threat of that. It's intimidating, but you're not allowed. This isn't vested. In no way is it vested. There's no evidence that it's vested. There's nothing that we found or the applicant can present to us that will say this is vested. The applicant's own admission is that they have no site plan, they have no permits, they have no construction, and they have no zoning. So it's a false choice. I mean, it's the proper way to go about this is rezone the properties to something that are implemented by the TMU. If you can get it to something that does 15 units an acre, then you could put together a site plan that would go for 15 units an acre. In fact, even if you were to approve this, we couldn't allow the development to go forward until the property was rezoned to something that matched the TMU. So this whole step in the process is utterly unnecessary. It's absolutely confusing. And even if they were approved, they still have to go back and rezone the property to something that was TMU. So even if you grant them the right to develop something at 15 units an acre, the next step is the rezoning. It's the oddest thing I've ever seen in my career.
But right now, under our TMU overlay is defined. And even after the end of this meeting, if there's another project, that definition doesn't apply to a parcel of this size. We've got another hearing later that redefines TMU, but it is for 40 acres or more.
Right. So this will be 20 acres in total.
Right.
Right. So that's what this is. And
So I'm trying to conceptualize what the path would be. You know, and I think I understand historically why the TMU overlay was put there, and we joke about the paint drying facility, the paint testing facility. You know, that overlay to me, considering that use has been abandoned or is contemplated to be abandoned, that I don't understand why we have TMU out on those fringes. So what might be a better path?
I think the path that, like we do here frequently, if an applicant has a desire to do something, if this applicant has a desire to do residential at 15 units an acre, let's go change the comp plan to something where you can, we basically don't have a residential category at 15 units an acre. We kind of cap at 10 or 8 in other areas. So what's being attempted here is to somehow mysteriously increase the density from 8 or 10 with bonuses to 15, and the lever is to say, if you don't do this to me, I'm going to drop live local on your head. And so, you know, the path forward in the normal world is applicant, you get 8. If you want to try live local, you can try live local. It'll be very, very difficult. There hasn't been a live local project approved in the county yet. And if they can't approve them on Miami Beach with 30 stories and gross densities like that, I doubt very seriously you're going to do it here. Minimum unit sizes of 1,000 square feet is really going to be hard to pencil out a 40% subsidized development with 30 units an acre. I mean, it just, you know, the math is just very likely not going to work out. So the regular process is re-land use to something that accommodates 8. If you want the bonuses, try to go get your 10 and do it that way. And we don't have anything for 15, not in this area. Or if the applicant wants to, if you want to entertain giving them 15, then you can increase the density allowed in one of the comp plan designations to allow 15 units an acre. But this is just a random shot at 15 units an acre that has no basis in reality or history.
Okay. So, Councilman Cannonball, I think you indicated you had a comment? I know. Okay.
The language in what governs vested rights is very unclear. In one part of that thing, it was like all of the criteria, or in the other one was one of the criteria. So, uh, well, we just need to clarify that ambiguity because I don't know. It's very, very unclear for me.
You're talking about the
The vested rights.
the vested rights. It's clear, and I'm going to ask James to weigh in on this. I think the unclarity comes from a complicated legal sentence, which is the fourth criteria.
Yes.
Which reads, that the person has in good faith acted and relied to his or her detriment upon the matters referred to in subparagraph 2 or 3. Essentially, in my planner's language, that means, and I'll ask the attorney to correct me if I step out of bounds, that means that the applicant has had to spend a significant amount of money in implementing this development. It does not mean, as the applicant says, that you have to have either satisfied number 2 or 3. That's not what this means, and I think that this sentence was put in there because it is have been taken directly from Florida case law on this matter, which should make it clear to the attorneys. Am I correct or am I incorrect?
Oh. Yes, and I mean, basically when it references subparagraph 2 or 3, it's actually being more lenient in giving the ability to look at 2 or 3 to help satisfy the detrimental reliance argument or the equity argument that you took some steps in furtherance of governmental action, right? So it's being more inclusive and allowing you to count more things, right? 2 and 3, or 2 or 3. It doesn't mean that you only have to meet 1 or 2, right? The standard in law is basically that the applicant acted to their detriment on the reliance on some furtherance or some act of the local government, and they expended funds, resources to accomplish that it would be equitably unjust, or we would be equitably stopped from realizing that vested right the applicant had taken. I think the language, I mean, when it says the following can be demonstrated, and this is legal, it doesn't say and or, it's just a semicolon, meaning all, and then you get down to C, and even in C, it talks about that shall determine whether a person has demonstrated compliance with subsection A. So when you look at the legislative intent, if it were meant to be A1 or A2, it would say so. So it's all of A.
And I find that to be, when you look at it as a layman or a planner or something, it can be a little bit confusing. But the term is taken directly from state law. Regardless, the applicant hasn't met 1, the applicant hasn't met 2, the applicant hasn't met 3, the applicant met 0, right? So it's not a matter of whether he's met some of the criteria. The applicant's met none of the criteria. He has no zoning, he has no site plan, he's pulled no permits, and he's invested no money in construction. Clearly, none of the criteria met. Is not a vested right.
Do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Joe.
Welcome.
Can someone tell me why the 21 units an acre that we had motioned on in one of the Southwest Master Plan meetings isn't applicable in this case? And then I'd like to hear the applicant whatever comments and additional information he'd like to share. But do you guys recall, or was that?
You thinking of Homestead Gardens or the Triangle property
No, it was like,
parameters?
it was during one of our workshops about encouraging development in the downtown area, but we specifically focused on like the Southwest Master Plan, and we talked about architecture, but there was a passing of a motion to increase the density. I thought it was 21.
Councilwoman, that's in the southwest neighborhood. This is a different district. So even if that were a totally different district. So
Okay.
southwest neighborhood, this is not there,
It's nearby?
not close enough.
Not close enough, sorry.
Okay, there's nothing further from council at this point. Let's hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jason Bass, representing Viking Investment Group, well, Viking Investment Property South. Sorry. Did you get that, my name? Everything?
Yes.
Start all over? Yeah, sorry, Jason Bass, representing Viking Investment Property South. A15, you put North Homestead Boulevard, Homestead 33030. Like I said, good evening. I was in the back of the room listening to Mr. Cordino's comments, and I appreciate that everything that Mr. Cordino said. That's not what the code says. The code's specific, he's interpreting. I get that. Let me, a little bit of background. So the property, I got under contract about this time last year, and was interested in developing property. So doing the due diligence, finding, what the zoning, currently zoning, the property currently zoned was the R3 and the B1. And then looking at the list of allowable uses to do in each one of those, look at the TMU overlay that was there. I called Michelle at Development Services and started to run ideas by her. The first one was to possibly annex it, like some type of annexation into the Southwest Master Plan, which, that may have been not a good idea, regardless of whether or not that was available to do or not, and it wasn't. So then looked into the vested rights and thought that was a good option for the property. The property was, all of the property, which Mr. Cordino, I think, is misinforming you. All the property was zoned at one time, R3, for a long time. That was the original zoning of the property, I guess going back to the 70s. At that time, all that property out there was afforded 20 units per acre. It was dropped down to 15. This property was all still zoned R3 when it was 15. It wasn't rezoned until the mid-2000s from the R3 to B2. And just to touch on the vested rights quickly, there's a lot of language in here. You guys have the vested rights. We could possibly put it up there if you'd like. It goes through, and it's got a list of 4 criteria. And nowhere in here does it state that every criteria has to be made. That is true that I did tell Mr. Cordino that we are openly stating that we do not have any validly issued permits. We do not have a current site plan. In the language here, it says, and let me go back also, because what's kind of important, I think, is that here it says in all the sentences, well, at least in the first 3 here, that prior to the effective date of this division or any amendments to the division, the property was zoned with a zoning classification which permitted the density requested. So prior to the effective date of this division, or any division on here, so there was a time when this division was in fact in place and the property was zoned R3. So that's it in a nutshell. Going in to try to get the R3 so we can do a development that makes sense. The 8 units to the acre just doesn't make sense. I think everybody's kind of made the council aware of that. I'm I'm sorry for being a little off right here, because a lot of things that Mr. Cordino was saying back there were upsetting me in the back. I think it's reckless for Mr. Cordino to tell this dais that the live local is not possible. I'm kind of at a loss for words for that. I had my architect do a site plan for me based on the new code. Everybody has seen that. I'd like to, if possible, the apartment complex. Please. One up, yeah, right there, thank you. Okay. What I had my architect do is take the city code that we passed for the TMU and lay out the site plan. That's based on parking, the parking requirements, and the the open space. And one thing that Mr. Cordino was wrong with was the unit sizes. The minimum unit size is 850 units. I mean, 850 square feet, not 1,000. So that site plan there is showing 720 units. Now that is obviously above and beyond the 31 units per acre. But what that is that's the site maxed out with parking and the buildings and the open space, and that's what you get. You're going to get 720 units, which is going to equate to 39 units per acre. So we're not there right now. We're at 31 units per acre. It is not a red herring. It's not a threat. That's the site plan that we'll be moving forward with. This one adjusted to 575 units. That's what we're going to be allowed to do there, so 575 units. And it's been a year. It's been contentious. It's nonstop. It's not a red herring. You know, you guys have the opportunity. I've been here my whole life. I don't want to see that development out there. I'm a developer. If I don't do it, somebody's going to do it. That's just the bottom line. And if it's not done now and it's not taken care of now, then you will wind up with a project out there, 720 units. Nothing that Mr. Cordino told you about these projects that live local is right. It is extremely feasible. On this project, on my project, I'll have, if it moves forward to live local, I have 345 market rate units and 235 affordable units. The six-story buildings there, even 2 units per parking, we got 1,440 spaces there. I really wasn't coming up here to get on the tangent of that, but Mr. Cordino saying that it's a red herring and that this project's not going to happen, and I have 2 rezoning applications to rezone the 2 parcels that are R3. They're sitting. They've been checked in. The funds are there. The funds have cleared my account. The city of Homestead owes all my funds for those applications to have these properties rezoned to B1. Another thing I saw in one of Mr. Cordino's emails to you guys was alluding to the you guys don't have to give me the zoning, the rezoning and the TMU. And I saw that without the rezoning, that I can only do half the project as a live local. And that's true, but what Mr. Cordino didn't tell you is that he did just tell you that I have to rezone the property to B1, that it's non-conforming. I don't know what to do about that loophole. I posed that question to him and to staff a year ago at the beginning of this year. Am I moving forward? When I go through with the vested rights, am I also going to make the applications for the B1? They told me yes. They accepted everything. It's all sitting there. It's ready to go. So I asked the question about so if I do get granted the vested rights, are we still moving forward with the B1? I never got an answer to that. I know that here tonight, again, I apologize. I'm a little frustrated with everything, to say the least. But it's not a threat. This is not a threat. This is what we're going to do. If we're unable to move forward with the lower density townhouse project, then we're going to do whatever it is I need to do to pull the trigger over there to move forward with the rezoning of the other half of the property, and then we'll move forward with getting this site plan put together. It's unfortunate. you're gonna jump from a density. Yeah, we're gonna go from 246 units, if I can put the townhouse units, of 575 units, from 2 stories to 6 stories. The ad valorem taxes on the townhouses obviously get paid, they're fee simple. The live local's tax exempt. These are all the bad reasons for, like, live local, like, citywide, not just, for my project. But, yeah, and then the site plan review for the live local doesn't go through you guys. So the townhouse project gets approved by the council. The site plan for the townhouse, the whole site plan for everything goes to you guys, and, the live local, it doesn't. It's not a threat. We're gonna move forward with it. They got the team, everybody's in place. You guys know that we've done multifamily and everything like that. I'm not gonna build it, but if I'm moving forward with live local, then I'll move forward with live local. That's just where, after over a year of fighting, I've contemplated just throwing in the towel and just doing the live local, because I'm running out of time, and, not with the council at all, with some of the staff members. That's really all I have. If you guys have any questions for me, please feel free.
Sorry. Let me open it up to questions and comments from council. Councilman Cannonball.
I don't want to punish this applicant due to staff interpretation of unclear language in our code, okay? Furthermore, it's in our advantage to grant the vested rights, okay? So that the use of the property is less dense and aggressive than what will be otherwise. That said, at the appropriate time, I would like to move to reject staff recommendations and grant the vested rights to this applicant, okay?
Thank you, Councilman.
Sure.
All right, I'll open it up to any further questions or comments from council. Yeah, Vice Mayor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. So my question would basically be, why is it so contentious over the last year? Why are we having this back and forth between staff and an applicant when I've read the emails, I've read the discussions, we've had this discussion last month? Why is there contention here? Why are we not trying to move forward and help an applicant out in the right direction rather than have this continued denial of the vested rights? Let's move forward and give them the pathway forward with this project. Have we tried that pathway yet? And if not, why not?
Number one, we don't have a zoning, a density of 15 units an acre. So, every applicant comes in the door, what we try to do is understand what they want to do, and we want to point them to the fastest, least expensive path to accomplish their goal. There is no vested right here. I mean, we've warned the applicant from the beginning. This is nearly impossible. Nothing exists. The code is not confusing to the attorneys. It's written legally. It does not confer a vested right. He should not have gone through this process. We advised him not to go through this process and that it was nearly impossible to get there. He insisted on going through the process, and then we end up here. This isn't, supposed to live local act was something that was scary. I'm not quite sure how we confer on him a right that simply does not exist. This is made up out of thin air. And it's very frustrating as staff to have to essentially argue with an applicant over something that absolutely doesn't exist. At its best, the code allows 8 units an acre with the proper zoning and the proper land use, and the code gives you 2 units extra with density bonuses. And people have taken advantage of those things in the last couple of years. And so, I got to defend myself against the things that are happening because, I just don't know what to do with somebody who just won't listen, is going to try to push this thing through. My job is to tell you, it's called balls and strikes. Does this conform to the code or it doesn't conform to it? It clearly does not conform to the code. There's no scenario in where this conforms to the code. It's phantom. A vested right doesn't exist. It does not have the zone. If we were to go back and say, hey, this property had the zoning back in 1983, so I am conferred the rights that the zoning in 1983, our zoning code would be frozen in 1983. We change zoning every month around here. That means everybody could go back and say, oh, I bought the property in 1983, it had this, let's go implement that. And if we go back and say, that confers a vested right on you, it's even worse, then logically, where are we? That's a frustration.
Okay, I appreciate your comments, and I would just ask the applicant, would you be willing to come forward with a rezoning application with your request of 15 units an acre and take that chance coming to this board?
Unfortunately, not at this time. Time is always of the essence. Time is of the essence with this. I can't afford to take a chance of being held up any longer, not from the dais, but I can't. I'm gonna, I have to pull, I already have to go through the rezoning. I don't know how long that's gonna take, a couple more months, a few more months. I mean, the applications are in and everything like that. The vested rights look like a good idea. It was a way for the council to, since we don't have a zoning in place, we did have, so what we're doing is essentially going back to when we did have a zoning in place that had 15 units the acre. This thing's like geared directly at R3. My project, that property over there, is the only substantial tract of R3 property left in. It's not going to open up a can of worms. This is going to open up Pandora's box on everybody running up here saying, well, you gave it to him, give it to me. None of that's going to happen. One quick thing that you could do, I would think right now, is maybe give some direction to add the language in there that each of these things have to be adhered to. I understand what they're saying is that it's implied or it's written somewhere else or however it's being interpreted over here. It's not exactly what the code says. And if you look at the code verbatim, I mean, if you take it subject to your interpretation, I guess you can interpret it however you want, but.
I was very confused with the language. Yeah.
Sir?
I was very confused with the language.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes two of us. And then here, he keeps saying, I keep hearing from staff that there's no zoning in place. There's no zoning in place. Half the property is currently zoned R3. The zoning is in place, and the other property was zoned at the point in time, and it says prior to the effective date of this division. So prior, formally it was zoned. So I was thinking that it was going to be an opportunity, something that we can implement, and if staff doesn't like it and the council doesn't like it, then you can add language to it to make it go away, and then, again, I'm out of time, and the next step, me moving forward, if it's not moving forward in this direction, it's gonna be to pull the trigger on the rezoning of the commercial, and I'm gonna move forward with the 20 acres of live local. And I have the guys ready to go do it, and I don't know for the life of me why I'm just being called a red herring and why it's a threat. It's not a threat. I'm not threatening anybody with anything.
I do have one final question, but I know Mr. Cordino had a clarification.
One of the things you could do is rezone it PUD. The PUD is for 20 acres. PUD is a flexible zoning category, and if you were so inclined to increase the density to 15 units an acre, the applicants would come in and they essentially create their own zoning district in a planned unit development, and the applicant can design his site plan around a 15 unit acre thing, and that way, at least it would be legal. This is not even legal. This is creating density where none exists, no rights are there. That would be a legal process to accomplish his goal.
It's 25 acres anyway, and I only have 20.
It's 20.
20?
You should know.
One, and my last
I'm
question
wrong.
was going to be to the city attorney
I'm wrong,
in
I'm wrong.
regards to the legality issue. I did hear you say that basically we'll be opening ourselves up for additional litigation if we approve this vested right this evening.
Well, I think each one of these cases stands on its own, right? I do think that there are some issues in making an interpretation of it going back in time, but I think every one of these applications is site-specific, fact-specific, and is determined based on the record and the facts associated with each one, right? What I was going to add, I think what might be helpful to the conversation is the question that you posed to Mr. Bass about would he be willing to come in for a rezoning? Well, I understand that he has a rezoning to change the R3 property to rezone it to B2, consistent with the technology mixed-use future land use designation. The B2 properties, the B2 zoning, with the exception of PUD, B2 zoning, B1, B1A, any of the existing zoning districts which implement TMU, and let's just say for an instance, for discussion purposes, the proposed technology mixed-use zoning district that is later on the agenda is approved in that form. Those are going to mandate that it be a mixed use, either live local, right, under your commercial live local regulations, or the technology PUD or technology mixed use. It's not going to yield a standalone horizontal townhouse development. In order to accomplish that, you would need to reflume the property, likely to medium density residential, with an R3 zoning or a townhouse zoning. And then the question is, what do you want to do or carve out with respect to greater zoning? Because the maximum is up to 10. That's restricted by your code, which is 8, but allows you to avail yourself of a bonus density to get to 10. So if you want to accomplish 15, you would need to make that modification in the text of the comp plan.
Yeah, and also, what I was proffering, there's another site plan that we have up there with the 246 units, which, we wanted to see if there was any way, or possibly to make everything easier and to lock in the density, to attach the sketch plan that we have to the vested rights, and then we'll move forward with the site plan based off of that. They've done it at the county community councils have done that quite a bit. But I don't even know where I went off on what my point was. Anyway.
You have the other site plan showing a specific density.
Oh, right, yes, sorry. And so what I'm doing is essentially not coming in even for 15 units to the acre. I'm coming in the site plans at 13 units to the acre. So this is even giving us less density than if we get the vested rights, and I'm proffering this, that I'm only going to do 13. I'm not even looking for 15. So it's.
And I'd ask the attorney, is it even appropriate, forgetting for a moment that staff's recommendation and position is that none of the criteria have been met to determine a vested rights. But let's say it had been, that you found the criteria was there. Is it appropriate for the applicant to proffer and for us to accept a limitation on density in connection with that vested rights determination?
That's a difficult question, Mayor, because I don't know what the genesis of the vested right would be, right? If it were a site plan, let's just say there was a site plan or something where the development was already in play, that there was a vested right, then we would be looking at that document. Presumably it would be 15. I think you would be allowed to carry that over. You can make an argument, consistency with the comp plan. I mean, under law, every development order that you approve has to be consistent with the comp plan. If the theory is there's a vested right based on some previous approval, you would assume that at the time that was granted, it was consistent with the comp plan and the code at that time, and then it still carries through. So we're in a public hearing dealing with a vested right. We're not in a public hearing dealing with a future land use map amendment or a zoning code amendment or some other type of issue. So, I mean, I think whatever the outcome here is, if the ultimate goal is to reach maybe not exactly what the applicant wants, but a townhouse residential, I don't know, but I can help figure out the roadmap of what needs to happen to get there, but it seems likely that it's going to require one or two applications, i.e. a flume amendment or a rezoning, to establish the legislative framework to be able to come in for a site plan for some type of residential townhouse development.
Okay. I think Ms. Bailey had a question. Councilwoman Bailey had a question.
Thank you, Mayor. The one thing that I don't understand, and I also don't understand why today was the first time that I really got that piece, is that regardless of last month, us deferring it, that there still had to be rezoning. I just feel like that should have been brought up last month, because if you're saying you're not interested in rezoning, but regardless of the vested rights or not, that rezoning needs to happen, correct?
Well, depending on which way you all want to go, right? But clearly, right now, at least with one aspect of it, which is B2, right? That B2, the only type of residential you can do is a vertical mixed-use development that has a mix of commercial and residential a la SB 102. That's based on your regs and based on the legislature, right? The R3, the technology mixed use, that zoning's inconsistent with TMU as it stands now. So they're entitled to a rezoning consistent with the underlying technology mixed use category, and the existing zoning districts which implement TMU, PUD, B1, B1A, those all don't allow for residential except in the instance of a mixed use. PUD has to be a mix of uses. The commercial is only residential a la 102, SB 102, and depending on what you all do with respect to the proposed zoning district regulations for technology mixed use that's on the agenda later, right, that may or may not apply to this property, the way that that's drafted, that mandates a mix of uses in vertical or horizontal. It doesn't yield, or you cannot accomplish just a single townhouse use under that zoning district the way it's drafted. So any of those options don't yield to what Mr. Bass is proposing or wanting to propose with a townhouse. So if that's where we want to go, we just need to do some things to facilitate making that happen.
So there's still two pieces here. So if those vested rights were granted, it would only get to R3, which doesn't allow for 15 anyway. So that would require some additional variance. So there's no one solution tonight, regardless, right? Vested rights or not, you wouldn't be allowed 15.
The vested rights would allow the 15 units to the acre. That's what it's in essence doing, is just restoring the vested right, the zoning, the density that was allowed.
I can answer the
previously,
question. No,
and it would be the
if we-
15 units to the acre, yeah.
If we grant the vested right, he would be able to develop at 15 units an acre. The staff's problem with that is it doesn't exist. That what we're simply saying is we're just giving him the access to the old zoning code, right? And so when asked, why is this frustrating? Because I'm here to tell you whether something fits or doesn't fit into the code. And this does not fit into the code. There is no vested right. If we want to give him access to the old zoning code, I don't think this, I mean, if you want to do it, that's great. It's not a vested right. I think it puts you up to a legal challenge because there's just nothing's been presented that says any of this stuff. But the right way to do it is not this way, right? You can change the zoning code. You can change the land use. There's a proper way to go through this. It's not a vested right. And then to say all these types of things like, I should know there's a loophole. No. My job is to tell you whether this fits the code or doesn't fit the code. Clearly does not fit the code.
Your job's
That's my
definitely
job.
not to tell them that the project's not feasible.
I don't disagree with that. The only thing that I'm trying to figure out is it's not uncommon for us to try and fix three parcels that don't mix in an area. So usually we've got some solutions, and I'm not hearing, like, what are our options?
Our options are to get into the land, you can do a PUD where you can write your zoning, it's highly flexible and it's not necessarily confined to anything. Or you can change the allowable density in, the comp plan categories, which is the land use, and allow the zoning category. We can change the ordinances, we can change the comp plan. Any of that is all changeable. It's just a process of coming here and changing it. That's, if he wants 15 units an acre, we up the density from 8 to 15 with one stroke of the pen at, two readings, and that's it. It's that we do that type of thing almost on a monthly basis. We changed zoning already tonight once. We're rewriting the zoning code later. It's not something that's unfamiliar to this. This is magic.
This is preserving time. This is something that the council is able to do. This gets us to where you want to be at the end of the day. It gets everybody to where we want to be at the end of the day. It's combative from, and legal ramifications from who?
Anybody that wanted to challenge it.
What, to challenge it to do what?
Because it's not a
Make it
vested
go away,
right.
and then you're going to wind up with 720 units over there. You don't think clearly, man.
Let me ask this. All right, I think I heard an interchange earlier that this parcel is a candidate for a PUD zoning.
20 units, that's 20
20
acres.
acres.
And the PUDs are 20 acres.
I guess you could squeeze that in if you call this gross. It's not 20 acres net, correct?
I'd like, they know what they're doing over there.
Well,
but
let's just say-
I thought it was 25. I thought it was 25 units,
Okay,
25
so
acres.
let's say it is 20, and let's say the subject three parcels combined on a gross measurement meet that standard for a PUD. So that would then, setting this aside, setting this issue aside, this matter aside, it would take a comp plan amendment to remove the TMU designation, correct?
Mhm.
To medium-density residential, and then a rezoning to a PUD. So,
But let me add to that, yes, the minimum acreage for a PUD is 20 acres. However, the PUD, the way it stands now, it's been amended, it requires there to be a mix of uses. Can't just be residential. It requires there to be commercial and residential. So that would need to be amended as well. The text of that PUD would need to be amended so that you could rezone it to a PUD to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish.
just like we're doing on another matter later in the agenda tonight, or we did last month with a text amendment to how a TMU in certain circumstances is defined and what's permitted. But I guess the point I was trying to get to was, is it possible here to compare the cost and time frame of that path versus the cost and time frame for a rezoning subsequent to a determination of vested rights? Because isn't that what we're gonna, I think that was the conversation a moment ago, that irrespective, even with a determination of vested rights, there's gonna have to be additional land use work. What would that be, the site plan approval, or is it gonna have to be
Site plan approval.
okay.
Sorry.
The site plan approval only, is that correct? And how does that parcel at zone B2 play into this?
I guess I'm confused because a vested right means that you have a site plan, right? And so what confuses me, we're going to approve a vested right and then try to figure out how we go do a site plan approval. So we're creating a brand new process to meet this thing. So I've never experienced this. I'll defer to the attorney to figure out how we go legitimize this type of thing. But basically, we're giving him 15 units an acre, and then he's starting the process again so he can get a site plan for what he should have had in the first place to legitimize the 15 units an acre. So I'm confused.
But, I think the applicant's represented that he has already submitted with fee and cost recovery rezoning applications for the two parcels that have the R3 zoning. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and I guess that would be contingent of, that would be a trigger you would pull, so to speak, if the vested rights determination fails tonight. You would go down the path of attempting to rezone the two R3 parcels to a B category, and then do a project based upon live local.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, just wanted to elaborate a little. And it's an issue of timing. And going back and starting this process over again is too time consuming, not to mention the expense, but it's more the time. It's, in a PUD, you're out, I mean, 12 to 18 months. I would say 18 months at least, something like that.
Well, and that's the question I
already
was
so much
trying
time
to get to staff, that in lieu of continuing with the rezoning to the B category as an alternative path, that those have already been filed, is there any way to determine and make a comparison here, make that apples to apples comparison of cost and time for, I guess, a text amendment and a PUD application versus the B applications that have already been filed?
The PUD, as the code is written, is an onerous process. It is sequential. It asks you to do a master plan, a sketch plan, and then the PUD regulations. For whatever reason, it wants those three types of applications to run end to end. They don't run concurrently like all the other things we do here, right? And so, this is what we're dealing with, right? So everybody's angry at the planning department, but I'm implementing what it says to in the code. We can always change the code. That's what we're doing here. So yeah, that is a time-consuming, expensive process. It's basically 3 applications, and it's at least an 18-month process. The text amendment to the plan, if you simply wanted to take whatever land use district and say, just change the density from 8 to 15 units an acre, we'll just go and scratch 8, put in 15, and we can put it up in front of you. If that's what you want to do, I don't really know why there has to be much analysis with that. That's a policy decision, and I can overpromise, but I think we could do that relatively quickly. Everybody behind me will be surely, I can hear they're screaming right now, that it takes longer than that, but I'm very assured that we can do that very quickly if that's what you want to do. It's purely a policy direction. Same with zoning. If we want to make the zoning change, we can simply just change it. We've got to do the administrative work of putting together whatever we got to do. But I think advertising, we can minimize any of the actual staff costs with that if we're clear on all that. So we can do those relatively quickly. Typically, right, a comp plan change is going to take at least 4 months. You got to hear 2 readings, probably more like 6. Same with the zoning code change. Then he's got to do a site plan, because we don't have a site plan. You've got to look at it. You've got to see all of those things can be run concurrently if we know what we're doing.
But under any scenario, they've got to bring in the site plan.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, you got to approve a development. You got to know what it looks like. You got to know how tall it is. You got to know what the minimum units, pervious space, all that type of stuff. None of that exists. So, even if you were to approve this, we don't have a site plan, which gives the planner in me the agita, because a vested right at the very least requires a site plan, which we don't have. And I'm emphatic about this because it just doesn't make any sense.
the timelines and the finances and everything that are coming from behind me, they don't make sense. And these are questions, and I've been asking for guidance and stuff for months, 9 months and months and months, no responses, no replies, everything. I'm not even getting into all that. But it's there, and you guys have all of it. And everything that he said, you can do it all that way, and you can take all the months, everything, and all the time, energy, effort, money, and everything. Or we could just do it tonight, and I can move forward with getting my site plan and getting the site plan in front of all you guys so you can see it. And I understand there may be some complications, but we're asking for the vested rights of the R3 verbatim, as it said in this code. We don't meet all the criteria. Admit that we do meet the zoning. We had the zoning. You guys have the ability to approve this and let it move forward. We're asking for 13 units to the acre, not 15. We're not looking to go 31. We don't want to. We will. And if the, God forbid, or not even God forbid, when the density goes up in the city of Homestead, it's going to be applicable to all these things. You guys know what we're dealing with. You know what it is, and there's no more time to really go down any other avenues.
Any further from council? Questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the mayor. I mean, I feel like you've been here the longest from all of us. Is there any historical precedents that we can look to that, I think it's an exceptional scenario. I think that you're both right. The text is complicated to read. Coming from a real estate background, I'm able to read and interpret, and I came to the same conclusion, but I also see the points from the applicant, and this is like a chess game. We want to make sure that we get a product that we want to see in the city limits. And we also want to make sure that developers and business owners and property owners can continue to do business with the city in an efficient manner. Time is money, so there's room for improvement on both sides, okay? But is there a way, or is there a precedence that we can look at to grandfather in the rights without, where we can stick a pin in it and nobody can really point fingers at us? And then on another point, with the TMU discussion we're going to have later, it's really turning into a beautiful thing, thanks to Ms. Tapanis and her team and all of our input. It's really not something that I think we should only make exclusive for 40 acres a unit at this point. Maybe there's an opportunity to allow it to apply to this. Maybe that makes your property more valuable. So is that an avenue we can look at? If not, and Mayor, please, I'm looking to you for guidance here because there's a lot of land use attorneys going on here. Thank you.
To answer your question, I've lived through a lot of really convoluted stuff, and this is in the top two probably. And for me personally, the TMU as I said, I understand it historically because of what was there. But for future use, and it's my understanding that at this snapshot, at this point in time, a mixed use is not viable in that location. And that's another fly in the ointment that we're dealing with here because, as Mr. White pointed out, if we went down the road of a PUD, it requires mixed use. Live local may require our live local regulations require some mixed use. That's really a tough call. Again, it's back to the full code overhaul that we've been talking about for 4 years and before. Now, just for my clarification, we've been kicking around the term 15 units an acre all night. Is that is what was permitted under the old zoning code under an R3 designation? Is that where that comes from?
I think that's where it came from because it was dropped from 20 to 15, and I don't know what historically happened, but I guess maybe there was some, whatever was brought up to go back to the 15.
I'm not sure what the old code says, but the vested rights designation says if you get a vested right, you get up to 15 units an acre. So the vested rights code, the vested rights determination, the fourth criteria caps you at 15. So
Okay, all right, because in my mind from 20 years ago, R3 equated, I thought, to 15 units per acre. Yes, Councilman? No. So let me open it up to the floor. Anyone in the audience or online wishing to speak on this matter? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. So to clarify, if we waved our magic wands and conjured up a vested right, Mr. Cordini raised, or maybe you or Mr. White raised a really important point. What are we vesting? 15 units?
You're vesting up to 15 because
Up to
that's all the
15.
code allows you.
He
But
may
since
only
the
request
maximum
13,
is-
but we're vesting
but s-
up to, yeah.
But since nothing exists and there is no vested right, you know, yeah, that's the maximum he can get is 15 units an acre. So
Okay.
he goes back and does a site plan and
Okay. Do we have a motion on this item? All right, so you're moving approval of the vested rights applications. That's moved by Councilman Cannonball. Do we have a second? I have a second from Councilman Davis. There's nothing further from council. Let's take a roll call vote on the motion to grant a vested rights determination.
Councilman Roth? No. Councilman Cannibal? Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Davis? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Vice Mayor Fletcher? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Let's not ever have this situation again.
If I could, just from a procedural standpoint, what was on your agenda was a resolution denying the application. Can I reframe this for, if this is the direction we want to go, to
So we need a
adopt-
motion on
Can I
the
have-
item.
Can I have a motion on the item, and we can frame this in one of two ways. You can either reject that resolution, and you can do the rest of the rights. My suggestion in the alternative would be to amend the resolution. Can I have a motion
Okay.
to amend the resolution? We can change the word denying to granting and make the subsequent changes within the body, if that's the direction that you want to
Very
go.
good.
And then
Okay.
to approve it as amended, just from a procedural standpoint, I think it'll tighten things up a little bit.
Appreciate that. Would you like to make the motion to approve the recommendation of denial? Well, no.
No.
The resolution, no, but Councilman Roth voted against approving. The resolution before us in the agenda is a resolution denying the vested rights termination. We've got to unwind and go back
So
and vote on the agenda item?
So what I'd like to do is, if I can have a motion to amend the resolution
Okay,
and then approve the resolution as amended.
all right. So,
Can we do that?
I'm sorry. Councilman Cannonball, that's your motion to amend the resolution before us to approve. So we'll vote, all right, so, and Councilman Davis, would you second that?
Second.
All right, so we need a roll call on the motion to amend.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Roth? No. Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal? Yes. Vice Mayor Fletcher? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
So now we need a motion to approve the
as
amended resolution. All right, moved by Councilman Cannonball, seconded by Councilman Davis. Roll call.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Cannibal? Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Roth? No. Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher? Mayor Lawson?
Yes,
The motion carries.
very good. All right, we have a long night ahead of us. Let's do two things. Let's move to extend the meeting from 8:30 to 9:30 and take a 7-minute break before the next items. So we have a motion, a second, to extend to 9:30, and we're going to recess for 7 minutes. If you all are ready, we're ready. Call this meeting back to order, and we've got tab 16, which is a first reading. Mr. White?
Yes, Mayor, moving right along. Tab 16 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by RBS Homestead LLC of an approximately 2.35 acre parcel of land from restricted retail commercial B1 zoning district to retail commercial B2 zoning district for the property generally located south of Southeast 8th Street, Lucy Street, east of Southeast 6th Avenue, west of the Homestead extension of the Florida Turnpike, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir. Staff is recommending that the mayor and council approve the proposed ordinance requesting the rezoning from restricted retail commercial B1 to retail commercial B2. The property is currently zoned B1, has a future land use map of technology mixed use, and according to the comprehensive plan, B2 is also implements the technology mixed use. Again, they are doing the rezoning for a self-service storage facility. B2 is also compatible. B2 has that use in it, and the B2 is also compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. So we're recommending approval.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant or their representative present? Good evening, sir.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Brad Gould. I'm with the law office of Gray Robinson, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, Miami, Florida. I'm here on behalf of RBS Homestead LLC, who is the applicant seeking the rezoning. My client seeking a rezoning from B1 to B1 restricted retail commercial to B2 retail commercial. As Mr. Cordino said, in order to construct a self-storage facility. Presently, we also have an application for site plan approval and tentative plot approval that hopefully will be heard next month at the end of your January meeting. My client has 2.3, let me see if I can move this. I'm just going to, so that's the overall property. My client is only seeking to rezone a portion of it. We have 2.35 acres under contract. Let's see, here's a better picture here. So the interior parcel is what we have under contract, and with the 30-foot wide strip that leads to Southwest 328th Street. To our rear, we have the Turnpike. The other two will be used as out parcels by the current owner at a future date for future development. The subject property or the rezoning is consistent with the existing uses, as you can see, because to our east we have B2's, that property has B2 zoning. To the west, that property still has a remnant of AU, but then to the west of that property, you have the BJ's Wholesale, which is zone B2, and also the Chevrolet dealership that's also zone B2. So, and here just another better picture. That's kind of a better picture of what the properties will look like. It gives you more perspective. As you can see, the two out parcels each will be about 1 acre each. And then what we're ultimately looking to construct is a self-storage facility that's 135,250 square feet of building. It'll consist of one building that's 4 stories, climate controlled. And then along our western perimeter and the northern perimeter, we're going to have a 1-story self-storage drive-up bays. And you know, that's really, I mean, it's consistent with all the other zoning in the area. We request that the rezoning application be approved. If the council has any questions, I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Council? Questions, comments? All right. So, but no locked down specific uses yet for the front 2 parcels?
No, and we don't have those under contract. We just have the one piece, the interior piece.
Okay, but the entirety of the parcel, all 3 are being rezoned?
No, just the 2.35 acres that are the interior piece.
Okay, all right, very
The
good.
other 2 remain. I guess they're B1 right now.
All right, thank you. Council, any questions, comments? Hearing none, I'll open it for public comment. Is there anyone online or in the audience wishing to speak on this matter? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing and ask for a motion to, oh, yes, Councilman Roth?
Yeah, sorry, I may have missed it or I didn't hear it, but what is oh, it's a storage facility, is that what it was?
Self-storage, yes.
Self-storage, 4 stories? Did I hear that? Right?
2 levels, 4 stories and 1 story.
Okay, that's all, thank you.
And to answer Councilman Roth's question so that we can hear, 4 stories and 1 story, correct?
Yeah, so there's basically sort of 3 buildings. One is a 4-story building at the rear, and then along our western perimeter would be a 1-story, you sort of drive up outdoor facility, and then also at the northern portion of that interior parcel, that'd be the same 1-story drive-up storage facility.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there are no further questions, comments, I'll ask for a motion to approve. Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Cannibal. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Cannibal? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Moving on, tab 17 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by Crone Partners LLC of an approximately .31 acre parcel of land from one family R1 zoning district to professional business restricted B1A zoning district for the property generally located west of Crome Avenue along the north side of Northwest 17th Street as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date. This is second and final reading.
Thank you. And Mr. Cordino, we'll give you a break. Second reading. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Vice Mayor Fletcher. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this item? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Cannibal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item is tab 18, is second reading. Mr. White?
Yes, Mayor, if you'd like, tab 18 is the second reading of a rezoning. Tab 19 and 20 are corresponding applications for site plan and variance dealing with the Bondman Automotive. I can introduce each one of those. You could take a separate vote on each. Collective
do.
public hearing.
And we'll waive the staff report, Mr. Cordino.
So tab
18, 19, 20.
Tab 18, second reading of an ordinance to the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by Bauman Automotive of an approximately 6.3 acre parcel of land from agricultural zoning district to retail commercial B2 zoning district for the property generally located east of Southeast 6th Avenue along the south side of Southwest 328th Street as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date. Tab 19 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan amendment to a previously approved site plan as requested by Bauman Automotive to expand the operations of the existing automotive dealership situated on an 8.3 acre parcel located at 1075 Southeast 6th Avenue onto the southern 2 acre portion of the adjacent 6.3 acre parcel located to the east, identified by folio number 10791700100030, collectively totaling 14.6 acres as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. Tab 20 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a variance as requested by Bauman Automotive from Section 30-276A, uses permitted, of the City Code of Ordinances to permit outdoor storage of materials, products, and operations in conjunction with the operation of an automobile dealership onto the southern 2 acre portion of the parcel identified by folio number 10791900100030, situated on approximately 6.3 acre parcel of land as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? These are tabs 18, 19, and 20. Combine the Bauman Automotive expansion.
Move 18.
Well, okay, let's open a public hearing on all of them. And then we'll, yes. All right, so I'll open a public hearing on tabs 18, 19, and 20. All right, none appearing. We'll close the public hearing. Tab 18, second reading, moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilman Cannibal. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal? Yes. Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, let me remind our new members to turn on your mic when you vote. And if you, I know you didn't, I didn't, yeah, okay. All right, tab 19, and we have read that. Waive the staff report. Questions or comments from council? We've already held public hearing. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Vice Mayor Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilman Canavall? Yes. Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And finally, we need a motion on tab 20. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Vice Mayor Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Canavall?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Very well. Let's all take a deep breath and slow down a little bit and move on to tab 21.
Tab 21, card number 4071, public hearing 2021-58. It's a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan amendment approval as requested by Homestead Commerce Center, LLC, for the development of a proposed self-storage facility with ancillary covered vehicle storage, 2 hotel buildings, office building, drive-through restaurant, commercial retail uses, and daycare facility, totaling a combined building square footage of 379,826 square feet on an approximately 18.24 acre parcel of land, generally located at the northeast corner of Southwest 312th Street, Campbell Drive, and Southwest 137th Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir, thank you. We're recommending the council consider the proposed site plan amendment. This is an amendment of a site plan that was approved way back when in 2006. And it had gone through the entire process at that point in time. And at this point, the applicant seeks to do the remaining development on parcels C, D, and E, and therefore amending the site plan. This was deferred last month, but the property is zoned B3, which is a liberal business district with a future land use designation of heavy commercial use. This heavy commercial use is designated by the B3, which does permit intensive commercial uses, including the uses proposed in this site plan amendment request. So we're recommending you consider it, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Very good. I am certain the applicant has a presentation, and I believe there are probably those with a difference of opinion who would like to
Well, good evening. Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue, representing Homestead Commerce Center, LLC. I'm joined today by a number of folks, part of the ownership team, Danny and Griselle Abreu, Paul Tremblay, other family members. It's a real family affair. We've even had children of the owners join us when we've had meetings here. They've been on their way back from school or the like, and it's been a pleasure working with them for the last couple of years on this project. It's been a long road to get here. We've had, taken some detours along the way, not the least of which was last month's deferral, and I want to thank you all for granting that deferral. It did give us an opportunity to meet with Councilman Davis, Councilman Canavall, who had just been sworn in 2 days before that meeting, and it also gave us an opportunity to have some further discussions with representatives from the base and other affiliated entities or other entities. We'll get into some of that in a bit. Also want to thank staff for their collaboration with us and trying to get us to the finish line. As you can tell by the number on the screen, PH 2021-58. I mean, this was filed back in 2021, so it's taken us some time to get here, and we'll get into a little bit of the changes that were made along the way. But we're excited to be here today. If we can go to the next slide. Am I doing, did I lose? No, there we go. Got it, I found it. I have no doubt that the 7 of you that have been so generous with your time, and I want to thank you for your time, are at this point probably more than familiar with some of the pictures and the presentation that we have before you. But this is an 18-acre parcel at the intersection of 312th and 137th Avenue. It is, as Mr. Cordino noted, and we'll get into more details about this, it is the remnant portion of a site plan that was approved in 2006. And it is a property that has, that after certain development of both vertical structures and horizontal infrastructure, lay dormant for some time. However, that was actually commenced and constructed at that time. And as a result of that, that site plan is still valid. And here is just kind of a closer view of the buildings that exist that were part of the original site plan you're about to see, that is still the current active site plan, as well as some of the other particulars regarding the property. Critical point that I know you've all heard me state time and again. We're not asking you to change the land use tonight. The land use is heavy commercial use and has been heavy commercial use since this site plan was approved back in the mid-2000s. We're not asking you to change or to rezone this property. It's already B3. That is your most liberal business district. Those two facts are in place, and that's critical because you're likely to hear at different points, and I'm going to make allusions to what this property can be or what it has the right to be and what are the property rights of this property. And it's irrefutable, and it has been for 17, 18 years at this point since these properties were rezoned, that the land use and the zoning and the site plan are all in place. And those are critical points that should inform your decision this evening as you move forward. Here is that 2006 approved site plan, and if you look sort of the bottom left on the big screen up there are the two out parcels that were constructed. So if you were to go back a couple slides, those are the two constructed that you can see on the bottom two. And so the balance of the site, that site plan is vested, that could be built. We're seeking to modify that site plan. Sort of commercial needs change and evolve over time, and this contemplated a vertical shopping center concept that I think we can all sort of think in the era of Amazon and online shopping has changed considerably. And so what you'll see as a new site plan is one that is more commensurate with the times, while still meeting all of your tests of remaining within the previously approved development parameters as far as intensity and concurrency and all the other tests that you should consider and evaluate in determining whether a site plan should be modified. In more particular terms, here are some of the highlights of the approved site plan. Again, office uses, retail, restaurant uses, storage uses, which we actually enhance and bring more of during this site plan. And the status of development, which again, I've spoken to in talking about the aerials. The service station and the retail building that were constructed, water and sewer infrastructure that it was completed for the entirety of the site, and then the determination that as a result of the work that was done at that time, that in fact did constitute a valid and existing site plan. And again, here's the same aerial. What are you tasked in doing? What is staff evaluated in determining whether you can make changes or modifications to an approved site plan? And here are some of the different code sections from your code, vegetation, landscaping, the development standards in your Division 9 mixed use and non-residential development standards, urban design manual, which your code requires any site plan at all, original or modification to consider. And that last bullet point, which is critical, the city's adopted airport zoning ordinance concerning regulations and standards for land use development within areas designated in proximity of the HARB. I'll say this a couple of different times, but this is my first opportunity to do so. The HARB overlay, zoning overlay, was adopted in 2010. This property the site plan was approved prior to that in 2006. The land use, the zoning, and the site plan, the use of this property as a commercial site, and the uses that are there today and the uses that are allowed, and further and future uses were all adopted by the city as part of the 2010 HARB zoning overlay, which was done in close collaboration with the HARB. They were very much a part of going through and creating those parameters by which projects could be developed in proximity to the airbase. And it's critical to keep that in mind because what you're going to hear, and I know Mr. White, and I think it was Mr. White, read some additional letters into the record. You have a number of letters in the record that gloss over the code, gloss over the rights and property rights and legal rights of this applicant, and make nod and mention to more sort of ephemeral conceptual concepts, which are vital and critical, but are not stated in any in any of your codes. There, you read a lot of letters about this potentially creating operational security hazards, but there's nothing in our proposal that contravenes your code about it providing for dangers for military men and women. We, of course, don't want any of that, but there's also no guideline by which we can govern ourselves. The zoning overlay that the base collaborated with the city to adopt should be what this city and what this council relies on in evaluating projects near the base. And we meet that. And you'll see graphics where we meet it, where we're not in the AQs, where we meet it by being consistent with the uses that are being proposed, where we meet it by doing everything that that overlay says. And so we have our vested rights. We have our site plan. We want to modify that site plan in accordance with what this council, a predecessor council in this city adopted in the 2010 HARB overlay, which shouldn't be lost on anyone, was done in conjunction with the HARB. So we are playing by the rules given to us. I think it's critical that we remember that because we should never be penalized as a property owner for following what a city has adopted as its code or what is required of an applicant. The compatibility analysis in general, obviously, we're not requesting changes to the land use and zoning. However, staff will still evaluate and make sure that the proposed modifications to the site plan still are consistent with, and they have found that it's consistent with the flume, that this is a proper implementing category, the B3 zoning district. The land use compatibility standards chart from HARB, the retail uses within the area that we're in today, which is the 65 decibel noise zone, requires a condition that we've accepted from staff, really their only condition of if we move forward with approval, which is just that we design and build the project with the noise level reduction. It's a common condition. I've worked on projects in unincorporated day just north of the base and single-family homes and shopping centers that are built with additional construction standards, insulation, and the like to try and mitigate against some of the sound. That's it. The code calls for that, and we accept that condition, and we're comfortable with that. Transient lodging, you may hear a lot about the proposed, hotels on the site. Educational services in the vein of a day school or a daycare that we've designed for. We don't have signed leases, but there's a great deal of demand for things like that. Are all permitted uses in the HARB zoning overlay. All of them. These are the rights that we have. We're not asking for a variance to allow for uses that are not allowed. We feel it's critical to remember that. Traffic review, concurrency review, again, checking the boxes of all of the things that your staff has evaluated. That is the substantial competent evidence that you have before you today. Traffic review compared against what's already been approved and found that there will be a net negative impact, that the project that was previously proposed would have resulted, if constructed, which it could be today, in a higher number of trips than what we're proposing. Concurrency review, again, adequate capabilities. That goes into sanitary sewer, solid waste, transportation facilities, all of the levels of standard that your staff has to evaluate. All the evidence in the record that this is something that you can move forward and approve today. Compliance with the HARB zoning ordinance. What I did was I tried to pick up on some of the different parts of staff's application. Application is consistent with the city's adopted airport zoning ordinance. The property subject falls within the 65 decibel noise zone boundary, which again, we've accepted the condition of the construction standards. The land use compatibility standards chart indicates that the described uses are, as proposed on the site plan, are allowed. The land use chart specifies that retail uses located within the 65 decibel noise zone are permitted uses, allowed. The land use chart specifies that transient lodging and educational service uses located within the 65 decibel noise zone are permitted uses. Permitted, allowed, consistent. That's kind of the theme of our application. These are permitted, allowed, and consistent uses, and our site plan meets the standards that your own code has set forth. Where are we not? We know we're next to the base, but we're not in the clear zone where nothing can occur, and we understand how that works, or the APZ or the APZ2, either one of the accident potential zones. I mean, it's irrefutable. This is the map. We are not there. The arrow is pointed to where we are. There is no previously established safety concern that we could point to, or that this applicant could have, in doing its due diligence to purchase property, have said, geez, I don't know, I'm in one of these APZs. This may be hard for me to develop. No, what they did was, and they consulted, I remember consulting with them as they were in due diligence to purchase this property, which they own today, and they said, hey, there's this 2010 zoning overlay that covers our property. We're not in the APZ. We're not in an area that we're prohibited from developing. And I said, I think you are in good shape. I think we'll follow the code and you'll have a beautiful project. That was 2 years ago. And I'm hopeful that, at the end of this evening, we'll be able to take the next step to move forward. The proposed site plan, again, 2 of the parcels that are constructed already, we're keeping, I'll go back and forth here, along 137th Avenue, we're keeping that same development pattern of out parcels with a retail out parcel as parcel C, and then parcel D, the top parcel, as sort of a flexible but likely restaurant use of some type. It's designed with space for a drive-through if that's the kind of restaurant that comes in. But really, there's some flexibility. We don't have tenants yet. It's been a long process to get here. The middle portion, as we call it, let's talk about, and I'm going to show you graphically with some numbers in the next slide. That middle portion that you see there, and sorry, the northernmost building working its way south, that northernmost building is a self-storage facility. What's telling about that northernmost building is that it's a self-storage facility that does not have any windows on the north or eastern sides. That was a direct request in working with the Air Force Base, Mr. Ventura, with whom we met on a number of occasions, over time with respect to this project, so as to try and mitigate any potential concerns that the base had. Again, I mean, the code didn't say we had to build a building with no windows, but we did it. And again, I think this council has always been, very, very good about rewarding those applicants and property owners that have played by the rules and tried to work with their neighbors in whatever context. The base is a neighbor, and it's a neighbor we are, happy to take seriously, as I encourage all my clients to take all neighbors seriously. And so we designed that building in that way. The 2 middle buildings are 2 hotel buildings, no taller, same 4 stories, no taller than that building in the north side, so as to prevent any line of sight. Again, designed in a way to try and mitigate concerns. And then the building all the way that you see at the south there is the building that has, a 2-story building. That's on the south side. That's on 312th Street. And that building is, again, a flex building. Will have office. That's the building that could have a daycare, and it's been designed in that kind of way. So that building furthest away also from the base, because we recognize that, sure, there are loud noises and there's things that happen at bases, and we're not oblivious to that, so we designed it in that way. Finally, the easternmost portion of the site, all 1-story buildings. Many of the letters that you've gotten have said, well, just do everything 1-story. Well, I mean, unfortunately, the economics of that and the impact on the property rights of an owner are onerous. But the entire eastern portion, where we have accommodated 1-story. That's 1-story storage. And then the bottom sort of crosshatched area, I'll show you some renderings, that's open air storage for boats or RVs or trucks or the like. Again, a need I think that we established in meeting and doing market studies and the like. And we think just a very, a good compatible use, because it doesn't, obviously, bring a lot of other traffic and other things to the property by having self-storage and some other uses that are lighter in intensity over time as some of the other uses. Ironically, one of the biggest driving factors over pursuing hotels at this location was the need of the base. In the market analyses that my client did, they identified the greatest need for the base, for reservists to come in, for operations for times of emergencies and hurricanes and the like when the base is got a lot of folks there. We heard both anecdotally and in speaking with folks that a lot of times people have to stay on Kendall Drive and have to stay way north if they're coming to the base to work. Providing for additional hotel space as close as you could possibly get, convenience, was one of the driving factors. Irony of all ironies, it's a use allowed in the land use code of the HARB overlay at a height allowed, and now we're getting, frankly, some pushback on something that's allowed to be done. Phasing plan, it won't all necessarily be developed at the same time, but we envision that it will be developed, again, from the west to the east. Some things will take longer than others, and we just thought it's important. I mean, things don't happen from one day to the next, and recognizing that, I think, is important. Again, I alluded to it. The previous submittal to what I did, and I wanted to show it graphically, but repositioning of the self-storage building with no windows and sufficient height to block views, the relocation of the retail and the daycare uses to the southern perimeter furthest away, and the introduction of a series of one-story buildings. That wasn't what the site plan looked like when we had conversations with the base. Changes were made to try and address valid concerns, but they were made within the context of what can work within the property rights that this property owner enjoys, not blanket, we don't want anything over one story. That's just cutting too deep, and that, frankly, is asking all of you to do something that is not within your purview to do in rejecting your own code. It puts you in a difficult position, and we appreciate that. I spoke about the proposed staff conditions. Again, complying with the indoor noise level reduction requirements, the construction requirements, because we're in the 65 decibel area, and then, applicant shall incorporate the sound attenuation construction standards. We've added 3 additional conditions in conversations that we've had with all of you. The roof of the four-story self-storage building on Track D shall have a parapet on the roof of 6 feet. And typically, the parapet is 3 feet 6 inches, 3 feet 2 inches, 3 feet 8 inches. Well, obviously, just about anybody could stand on the roof then and just have the parapet at this site. We want to make it higher so as to prevent the potential for anybody who might anyways be up there, even lawfully, repairing a piece of equipment or whatever they may do, to not have just sort of an unobstructed view. An additional alarm system to control rooftop access. If the concern is that there not be rooftop access, there's great technology these days, which we can make sure, and it's got a log, and it'll tell you who's up there. Oh, yes, it's someone that is supposed to be up there, or no, there's been a problem, and let's react to that. And the third one, which is again just a pro-offered condition of making sure that we keep a track, a control over folks that might access the roof. Those are voluntary, those were not asked for by staff, but we heard some of the concerns that the base had. Again, a concession to what the base has expressed as a concern, and we're, within the parameters of what the code allows, we're happy to try and do that. And this is the being a good neighbor. All of the things that we've done. Again, I don't want to minimize, because you may hear, and I know there's going to be conversations, and so I'll pull the Band-Aid off about, there being a desire to continue discussions and conversations. Our door is not closed. My clients, as recently as yesterday, met with some folks directed to us from the Compatible Lands Foundation by Mr. Ventura and the HARB. Happy to continue those discussions. The reality is that this property has land use, has zoning, and has a site plan approved. Nothing changes the discussions with those folks, except allowing this to move forward and approving this revised site plan allows us to maintain parallel tracks. We shouldn't be made to continue to just sit around and wait to have more conversations and more discussions about what might happen. Let us just take this step, and then we'll continue. You have my word. I've been before you many, many times, but you also have the proof, and folks here today that can say, yes, I have flown in from, out of state, and I've met with the owners of this property already in the 30 days that have passed since November and December. We've done that already. We've shown that we're going to be good neighbors. All the general benefits, consistent with the mixed-use standards, the architecture, landscape perimeter. Again, no variances being requested. We don't need to get into all of the discussions about that. Specific benefits to the area, I get ahead of myself sometimes. We're talking about hotel rooms that we've talked about. We've also heard about, the traveling nurses sometimes for the hospital need hotel rooms, and so the needs that there are, office space, daycare, again, convenient daycare location. We heard a lot. They get calls about that all the time. restaurants and retail opportunities, and the self-storage and the open vehicle self-storage, which I think that many of you nodded as we presented our project, are things you hear. You know, a lot of the HOAs don't permit you to store a boat or an RV. You know, we've been down those roads. This will be a place where folks can do that. But let's not forget about economic and tax benefits too. I mean, the reality is that every project, every approval, every development comes with a different set of economic benefits. Conservatively, we believe, just in extrapolating the value of the price of the property today versus what could be built, that we could have a $60 million build-out value. This property could be $60 million, representing about $1 million a year in taxes. That's moving forward. The mayor and I had a conversation earlier today about things getting on the tax roll and what that means for the city. When you approve projects and those projects get built, you do enjoy benefits. You know, with it come responsibilities, and we all respect that, but that's a huge benefit. Fees, impact fees, permit fees, property taxes, the total number, the other one is a city number. Jobs, construction jobs to build, and then direct, indirect, and induced jobs at this location. We're talking about hundreds of construction jobs, hundreds of permanent jobs that we'll have here, and that labor income, what it would represent for what all of those employees that work there in the future might make over a given period of time. It's in the hundreds of jobs. It's in the millions of dollars in economic benefits to the city. And again, it's important to keep those facts in mind because at the end of the day, you know, when the city is tasked with providing services and the like, you're going to want to know that you're doing something that's giving back to your community, that you have an applicant owner that has taken the time to figure out what are some of the needs and uses in the community, that has listened to a neighbor and said, well, how best can we, within the parameters of our code, work with you? How can we provide for jobs? How can we provide for economic benefits? And we're doing all of that. Some pretty pictures, some elevations, which we've shown in the past, proposed elevations for hotel uses. Again, for, you know, just different hotels that'll come in. The covered vehicle storage, this was always one that, as we showed it, I mean, again, an area for folks to be able to park RVs or boats or the like. The reasons to approve this application, and again, I've highlighted those words that give you the ability to approve this application today, from consistent to complies with to approved uses, all of the different policies that this project is consistent with. It's all in your records. It's all substantial competent evidence. Your staff recommends consideration as it is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and all applicable city code provisions, including and not limited to, and it goes all of that, and the city's adopted airport zoning ordinance concerning regulation and standards for land use development within designated areas in proximity of the Homestead Air Reserve Base. Again, consistent with the city's adopted airport zoning ordinance on the stuff. You know, a great deal of respect for your staff, for my conversations with Mr. Ventura over 2 years on this project. But the reality is that your staff's analysis or recommendations or observations or conclusions are the substantial competent evidence that you have before you. Their evaluation of your comp plan and of your code, the consistency with that comp plan and with your code and with that zoning overlay are the substantial competent evidence that you have here today. The info in the site plan that they've evaluated, staff's evaluation of that, their determination that it meets the levels of service necessary, that traffic concurrency is in place, and that all of those elements are in place, that is the substantial competent evidence that you have before you today. Any objection that impacts my client's rights without providing substantial competent evidence is a taking of my client's property rights. It's really kind of a simple way to do it. The HARB has not taken an official action, not to be bombastic about it, but there's no act of Congress that says this is a property that we're going to go acquire or this is a problem that we are going to go acquire. What has occurred is that the HARB and the letters that you've received have been a concerted effort to try and get all of you to go against the code, against the consistency, and against everything that you're finding, and basically stall a project, delay it, or possibly defeat that project without the same substantial competent evidence standard that you must adhere to when you're evaluating a standard. They're letters with conclusory statements that if things happen, there might be impacts, but you just got to take our word for it. Or there are letters that say you should have conversations with folks who may want to buy your property, but I'm not really sure how that's going to work, but just pause your project, defer your project, and we'll get to you. We haven't closed our door. We've met with folks as recently as yesterday, and we'll continue to do that. But there's no reason to pause our project, delay our project, or do anything else other than approve this project today, consistent with everything that you've heard in my presentation, but much more importantly, my reading of everything that you've heard in your staff report that is substantial competent evidence before you today. I thank you for your time. I have no doubt that you will both have questions and that I may need some rebuttal time, Mr. Mayor, for us and our team. But I'm happy to answer any questions, and I urge you to approve this site plan modification this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arza. I'll ask council if you have any questions or comments at this point, or we'll hold until we have a representative from the base come forward. I'm certain they have.
Yes, sir. I'll wait myself until all the presentations are made.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
I've never used this before, so I'll guess. Good evening. Larry Ventura, commenting on behalf of Homestead Air Reserve Base. As always, my comments this evening relate to base mission sustainment and our advisory in nature. Mr. Arza does a great job as always. I'm not as polished as he is, so you'll have to bear with me. So the proposed Homestead Commerce Center development located next to Harb's fence line is incompatible with base operations, period. This incompatible development raises significant operational security, or as we refer to them as OPSEC concerns, potential national security implications, and may impact decisions regarding Harb's suitability for future missions. The project location would pose significant imagery intelligence and signals intelligence threats to Harb, raising OPSEC concerns and potentially affecting F-35 basing considerations. The proposed development would provide a direct line of sight into Harb's munitions storage area, known as the MSA, the F-16 ramp, known up there as the Mako ramp, the live ordnance loading area, otherwise known as the LOLA, and end of runway EOR area. From this vantage point, potential adversaries would easily observe weapons storage operations, open panels on aircraft under maintenance, live loading of aircraft armaments, cockpit displays, and potentially intercept signals to and from aircraft. Adversaries could observe incoming ordnance related to emergencies at the hold render safe point and specialized military and law enforcement training conducted by Explosive Ordnance Disposal, otherwise known as EOD. Further tenant operations on base, such as Customs and Border Protection, law enforcement operations and training, as well as Florida Air National Guard alert response, could be observed. This issue is so very important that the three-star general in charge of defending the skies over the continental United States sent you a letter and stated this development was incompatible with our operations and that it specifically presents threats to the Homeland Defense mission, fosters adversary intelligence gathering, and generates force protection concerns. In addition, as this property is less than half a mile from Harb's explosive ordnance detonation range and underneath a close pattern for various aircraft operations, both hotel guests and daycare children would be subjected to both shock fronts from EOD training activities and aircraft noise up to 95 decibels at times. It should also be noted that while studies have shown that most accidents occur within what are called the accident potential zones, as were addressed by Mr. Arza, accidents still do occur outside those areas. The problem with accidents is that in lines on maps is that the aircraft don't know that they can't crash outside of them, and they sometimes do. This particular site you're looking at was only 1,000 feet from the accident potential zone. Pictures is one such accident which took the lives of 10 people when the aircraft crashed into a hotel near the airfield. According to reports, the wings went into the upper floors and the jet fuel ignited, which caused a fireball from the ground to the 4th floor. The site became a parking lot afterwards. Coincidentally, part of the current plans today call for vehicular parking, which the Air Force has no problem with. Another incident occurred when a military aircraft crashed into a motel near a civilian airfield, killing 16 people. An article that was last updated in 2018 quoted an editorial that stated that conducting military training maneuvers at a civilian airport over civilian installation was nothing short of insane. While HARB is not a civilian airport, we do conduct training missions, and if this site is approved, those training missions will be conducted over civilian facilities. What you're looking at here is the flight path of the F-15, which stands the ready alert 24/7 here over the southeast. When it comes to military aircraft, it must be understood that the noise contours depicted in the ACUs are time-weighted averages, referred to as day-night average sound level, or DNL, and are measured in decibels. Per the HARB 2020 ACU study, because military operations fluctuate daily, the Air Force measures DNL on a year's worth of operations and represents the annual average daily aircraft events. As such, it is easy to understand how even though an area may be located within a particular noise contour, such as in this case the 65 decibel noise contour, that the sound in that area may exceed that specified noise level. Actual computer noise models taken from the HARB's 2020 ACU study illustrate how the subject area of development may be inundated with peak decibel levels above 95 decibels during the individual aircraft operations. What you're looking at here is the F-15 taking off over HARB and coming over the hotel, and that red area is excess of 95 decibels of noise, not 65. The next slide shows the same, but this is another takeoff pattern of the same aircraft. This was provided by the FANG, and more times than not, they take off, they bank farther to the left, and that essentially, if you look at the white triangle on the upper left-hand corner, points those engines right at the development. And again, that will be in excess of 95 decibels. Now this I'm going to need help with. I don't know how to run the video. You got it? Thank you. So here comes the actual aircraft taking off the runway. You see the red area. And right now, that red area goes over where this development is. That is how sound actually works. We talked about the noise contours tonight, and Mr. Arza mentioned how this is, within the 65. This is how noise really works. Noise is not a line in the sand, and we have to do something to give you averages so you have something to try and plan with for sure, but this isn't Harry Potter, and we can't put moving pictures in our ACUs. So we give you something to plan with. What's different is in this particular case, we happen to know exactly where the buildings are going to go. We happen to know exactly which aircraft takes off, and we can show you exactly what the actual sound models actually show. Per the City of Homestead Airport Zoning Ordinance and the HARB 2007 ACUs and the HARB 2020 ACUs, residential hotels are not compatible in DNLs of excess of 70 to 74 dB. And the same is true for child care services, which fall under the category of educational services in the standard land use codes. Once again, regardless of DNL, the peak decibel level produced by individual aircraft events in the area exceeds 95 decibels. To add to these concerns, on 15 December 2021, a simple traffic accident in HARB's munitions storage area produced a potentially unsafe condition with a 500-pound Mark 82 bomb. As a result of a safety radius of 4,000 feet had to be established, which resulted in the evacuation of the base, the closure of a portion of 137th Avenue, and shelter-in-place advisories for nearby neighborhoods. As the property for this application falls entirely within the 4,000-foot safety radius which was established, Harb recognized that many more families would have been put at risk had this property been developed with 2 hotels, as the updated site plan proposes. By the way, the original plan called for 1 hotel, so the hotels have doubled since the original plan. Though Harb personnel make every effort to prevent such incidents of this nature, there is no guarantee a similar incident would not occur in the future, given the nature of military testing and training. OPSEC issues, coupled with explosive ordnance and high noise levels, are incompatible with military installation operations. The long-term viability of military installations is inherently tied to the surrounding communities. Prudence would seem appropriate here, as maintaining compatibility with current and future training operations is also stressed in the City of Homestead Comp Plan Objective 13. Therefore, child care facilities and multi-story buildings, to include transient lodging and self-storage at this location, is not recommended, as it would pose a mission risk to the base and the safety risk to families. However, the other proposed uses, including single-story self-storage, vehicular storage, retail, and fast food, would be compatible with installation operations. As an added note, Harb believes that military compatibility can be reached on 26 of the 36 uses allowed for this type of zoning. City should also understand that the risks associated with the above-mentioned OPSEC concerns, along with other measurable areas, would adversely impact the results of the 2020 Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS, which found Harb to be a favorable location for the F-35. Altering the findings of the 2020 EIS may impact the viability of future mission sets to Harb. All that said, it's important also to reiterate that there is a potential solution. The Compatible Lands Foundation, as Mr. Arza mentioned, operating under the Air Force REPI program, has the ability to purchase incompatible developments from the applicant, which would leave the property on the city tax rolls, allowing the applicant to still develop, but in such a way as to be compatible with Air Force operations. The Air Force is fully committed to this program and ready to work with the applicant to resolve this matter through the REPI program. Also showing commitments to this program, Mayor Cava signed the updated encroachment management agreement, which added the Compatible Lands Foundation to the agreement. After 2 preliminary phone calls, Compatible Lands Foundation then flew down to Miami and met with the applicant yesterday afternoon. As mentioned, unfortunately, the applicant has rejected the Compatible Lands Foundation offer to have their property appraised and a fair market offer made. As the landowner must be a willing seller to participate in this program, the Compatible Lands Foundation cannot proceed further at this point without the landowner's agreement. For the council's awareness, a successful REPI agreement would prevent the city from being put in a difficult position of having to choose between the applicant and the base. It would satisfy the applicant by paying them for their incompatible development rights and preserve the national defense mission. The Air Force is still committed to this if the applicant wishes to proceed, and the Compatible Lands Foundation is here in the audience tonight with a presentation of their own if you wish to see it, or if you just wish to ask questions of them. It's frequently in the past you have all asked me questions about the REPI program that were very detailed, so tonight is your opportunity. If you wish to ask them any detailed questions, they're here and they can answer that. As the city considers the economics of the situation, they should also take into account the fact that the base contributed, by our Air Force standards, $379.2 million of economic impact to the city, and accounts for 4,674 jobs on and around the base. Those are FY22 figures. And 4,600 jobs is quite a lot. These are the amount of personnel that I just alluded to that we have on base and our mission partners. The council has heard much tonight about rights, but only the rights of the applicant. The council should also consider the rights of the approximate 3,000 personnel that work at Harb, to include their right to work safely. While these personnel, know they are being observed overseas, they should not have to have the same concern when at a place they call home. It is not a secret that foreign adversaries are trying to gain any advantage they can, and their recent efforts to gain intelligence information from within the U.S. is well documented. While flying an observation balloon over the U.S. or purchasing land near military installations had not been prohibited by any U.S. law, that did not mean that it was right when it occurred. Because you can do a thing, it does not necessarily follow that you should do a thing. I'll repeat a quote from my 15-year-old son's favorite movie, Jurassic Park. Ian Malcolm says, yeah, but your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. I'll address a few of Mr. Ars's comments. While we did meet, of course, he and I came away with a different opinion of those meetings. I won't rehash them, other than to say we came away with a different recollection of how those meetings took place. There are no OPSEC standards. You talk much about the fact that the City of Homestead has adopted an ordinance. I recognize that. That ordinance was based for aircraft safety, to the best that we could take a look at it, and aircraft noise. That's what the ACUS is, and we approximate to the best we can to give you some way to help plan for the future. There is no OPSEC guide. That is just grown people making rational decisions when it comes to our operational security of our country. We know certain things we don't want to take place. We know we don't want them buying land next to Grand Forks Air Force Base or next to Edwards Air Force Base or flying an observation balloon again across the country. I don't have a manual for that. The Air Force does not have a manual for that. That is something that we judge as that time comes, and we judge this to be an OPSEC issue to the United States Air Force, to our national security, and to our NORAD mission, which guards the skies here over Homestead as well as the rest of the Southeast, including our nuclear power plant. The fact that storage areas do not have windows only makes it worse, quite frankly, because you can't see what's going on inside them. Someone could easily rent a storage unit, and I don't mean to get all Mission Impossible on you, but the fact is you can drill a hole right through the wall and put a high definition camera in there and see everything that's going on our base. I used to fly with the Navy patrol missions, and I could tell you the brand of cigarettes a man had in his pocket from hundreds of feet in the air. So that's just the truth of the matter. That's just a reality, okay? That's not Hollywood stuff, okay? I think I've said enough, barring any questions. The Air Force thanks the city for its many years of support and any pending questions you might have. This concludes the base's advisory comments. I'll remind you that the Compatible Lands Foundation is here if you have any questions for them. I am here if you have any questions for me. I know we have some members in the public who would like to make public comment at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ventura.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Council, I'll open it up to any questions or comments you may have. Yeah, all right, so we'll open up for public comment. Let's try to keep it to the 2-minute time clock. And I'll invite whoever would like to speak in support or opposition of this matter to come forward and line up. Drummer, please give us your name and address on the record at the beginning of your comments.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a quick motion to extend the meeting until 10:30?
Yeah, and before you start, sir, we got a motion by the Vice Mayor to go ahead and extend the meeting from 9:30 to 10:30. Second by Councilman Davis. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes, sir.
My name? Okay, now I'm on. Good evening. My name is Rodolfo Maldonado. I go by Rudy. I'm the Director of Air and Marine Operations for the United States Customs and Border Protection, Miami Air Marine Branch. I have the air operations, as was mentioned earlier, right on the boundary of I'm one of the tenants of the base. The kind of work that we do is, it's a cat and mouse game with law enforcement. And then one of the things, what was mentioned earlier, that there's no manual on OPSEC. It's a real thing for us. I've seen it on the southwest border. I see it here. They're always watching us to see what we're doing. You build a better mouse, you build a better mousetrap. And any vantage point, in battle or in war or in any confrontation, you always want the upper ground. We're gonna give them the upper ground. We're gonna give them the higher ground with this. I just wanted to state my concerns. People are always watching us. Counterintelligence is a real thing, and we're just trying to provide the best security to you all, the general public, and do our job. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. One down. Why does that keep going on?
Good evening, all. Lisa Greer, representing the Economic Development Council of South Miami-Dade. My address is 14781 Southwest 238th Street. The EDC services the area of South Miami-Dade from Kendall Drive south through Florida City. We are very aware and very respectful of the economic impact that HARB has on this local community of almost $400 million a year. We understand that the location of this proposed development falls within the 4,000-foot safety radius established by HARB following the munitions incident in 2021, and that it is less than a half a mile from HARB's explosive ordnance detonation range and munition storage. We are very concerned about HARB's operational security as well as the risk to public safety, as has been talked about already. Basically, the EDC is fundamentally opposed to the development such as been proposed. However, we would be supportive of development that would be more compatible with HARB's operational security and mission. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Name is Joe Webb, as I represent the South Dade Chambers Military Affairs Committee. And I'm going to read a letter that was put together by our 200-plus members of the chamber. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, the South Dade Chamber of Commerce supports commerce and economic development in the South Miami-Dade municipalities it serves, as well as the preservation of quality of life. The South Dade Chamber of Commerce, in learning of a proposed development of a 4-story hotel, daycare, and multiple-story storage facility and retail on its 2 parcels noted above, they abut the Homestead Air Reserve Base. We understand that the location of this proposed development falls within the 4,000 square foot, as it was noted. Safety radius established by Homestead Air Reserve Base, and of course, following the munitions incident in 2021, its close proximity to the explosive ordnance detonation range. Due to its proximity, this area would be subjected to higher jet noise that we fear could result in hearing loss over repeated periods of exposure. To preserve HARB's operational security and reduce the risk of public safety to transient visitors and children living in our community, the South Dade Chamber of Commerce is opposed to a development of a 4-story building and daycare at this location. The SDCC would also support a development of a more compatible entities to those business types which would mitigate these security and safety concerns of HARB. On behalf of South Dade Chamber of Commerce, we respectfully ask for your opposition to this development as currently opposed. And again, thank you all. Joe Webb, South Dade Chambers Military Affairs Committee. Thank you for your time.
Hey, Mr. Webb, and if you could leave a copy of that letter or get a copy of that letter to the clerk to become part of the record.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Evening. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm retired Navy Captain Rick Miller, I'm the Executive Director of the South Florida Defense Alliance, and at the state level, Vice Chairman of the Florida Defense Alliance. 78 years ago tomorrow, Homestead suffered its first base closure after a major hurricane at the end of World War II. 31 years ago, The base nearly suffered another closure after Hurricane Andrew when it was downsized to its current Air Reserve Base status. Now the base is facing a different storm, a budget storm. The Air Force is roughly 40% smaller in aircraft than it was when Hurricane Andrew struck. And the Air Force Secretary has said he has about 25% excess infrastructure that he needs to shed for affordability. With the legacy F-16s operated by the 482nd Fighter Wing naturally aging out in the next few years, and the Air Force considering early divestment of that airframe, the region has come together over the last year to strongly advocate for a replacement airframe, continuation of the aviation mission at HARB, and ultimately protection of the base. We're making headway in that effort, but the fight is not over. Now is exactly the wrong time to send a signal to the Air Force that the community and the city of Homestead is wavering in any regard regarding incompatible development that would create increased vulnerabilities to mission sustainment at the base. I know you've received numerous letters outlining various health, safety, and operational security concerns. I won't go through the details, but I will simply say that those 5,000 jobs and that 400,000 or 400 million economic benefit is really about $1 billion in economic benefit when you look at the Florida Defense Economic Study and its estimates on total magnifier effect in Miami-Dade County. That's $1 billion and 5,000 jobs. I thank you for your continued support and ask you to oppose development that would be not in the community's interest and not in the national security interest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? Is there anyone online? Any further public comments? Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing portion of this matter. Mr. Arza, did you need to respond to?
Yeah, I mean, at some point, so if you want me while it's fresher in everyone's mind, you know, I want to thank.
Have at it.
I want to thank everybody for, you know, for coming out. You know, look, we certainly can appreciate some of the concerns that have been put before all of you. The problem is, for all of you, is that you're being asked to consider things that were not put into the very document that's supposed to govern development on this site. Yes, this is in the 65 decibel area, but airplanes may be louder. I think we can all agree airplanes are loud. I'll be happy to stipulate to that. Yes, you're proposing uses that would be incompatible at the higher decibel categories, except we're not building in an area that requires higher decibel categories. This is in the 65 decibel area. There's the potential for accidents. There's potential for accidents in a lot of places, but the studies done at the time of passing the ordinances that passed to govern development in the area and around the base took a look at where those accidents were most likely to occur and designated areas where there should be no development. We are not in those areas. And so there is no doubt that we, you know, can conjure up or paint a picture of concern in any number of facets, but none of the comments that you heard from anybody who spoke here today spoke to things that are quantifiable in your code that you can point to that we are not doing. Not one of them. You heard from them, in fact, quite explicitly, there are no OPSEC standards. That makes it virtually impossible in a country of laws to develop your property. I mean, property rights are also pretty well enshrined in our laws and in our Constitution. Admitting that there are no OPSEC standards, that it's something that we'll just take a look at and see when it comes to us, is a horribly slippery slope to go down. Because how does anyone know, any property owner who has rights, know what it is that they can or can't do if there are no standards, and we're going to wait for you to propose something, and then you're going to make changes, and we're still going to tell you that that's not going to be good enough. That's not the way that a country of laws works. It's just not. We have codes, we have laws, we have standards. We have to have substantial competent evidence to make decisions. What the fine gentleman that you heard from, and I believe it was Ms. Greer, you know, want you to do is to ignore the facts before you, ignore the substantial competent evidence, Ignore that we took the steps that we took. Now apparently not having windows is a problem when we were told originally that having the windows would be the problem. Now we can drill through walls. I have no doubt. I mean, of course, you can do, there's 1,000 things you can come up with that you can do, but they're not quantified and they're not in the code and they're impossible for a property owner or an applicant to guess at. That's just fundamentally unfair. It's not, you know, it's not why we live in this country. We don't live in this country to have a guess at what the laws say. We live in a country of laws and rules and codes and regulations. And we followed all of those. And so we greatly appreciate, you know, the opportunity to speak with the folks that we've spoken with, and we'll continue that line of communication and that dialogue. But the reality is that this is a commercial site that's intended for commercial development that has an approved site plan where we're looking to modify a site plan, a site that's been commercial all along during the time that they've continued to look at operations on the base, could have made changes, could have proposed that other areas, that APZ zones be expanded or the like, but they didn't do that because the data wasn't there to justify it. Data isn't a horrible accident, tragic as that may be. That could happen anywhere on a commercial airliner. It could happen with a regular, you know, with a fighter plane. It could happen anywhere. That's not, you know, that's not the test that we're going to follow. Otherwise, there'd be nothing that you could ever approve, right? I mean, you could possibly have any accident. You could have anything occur. We need to stick to the facts that are before you today. And so I'll leave you with what I think is a critically important point. We're not closing the door to have the further conversations that if there's middle ground or some conversation to be had, but don't stop us, hold us back, delay us, defer us, or deny us in an effort to somehow make those conversations move faster. I'm going to try hard not to be cynical, but I've never known government to move faster when there's no deadline or no time. And I think that's probably true about the private sector too. Let us continue to start moving. There's nothing being constructed there tomorrow. We all know we got to go through permitting. There's things that we need to do. Let us continue down that path that we started 2 years ago. And if at some point there's a meeting of the minds, there's a credible offer that's made, there's something that merits our consideration, my clients are business people, and they will evaluate those at that time. But to deny this project in the face of substantial competent evidence, or to defer it or delay it in any other way, really would miss the mark this evening. And so I thank them all for their comments, but I urge you to stick to what you have before you that supports the decision to modify this site plan. And I'm sure that you'll all have questions, and I'm very happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Arza. All right, so I'll open up the floor to my elected colleagues. Who would like to kick off the conversation? Councilman Davis?
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your briefings this evening. As for me, I look at the mission of Homestead Air Reserve Base and the 42nd Fighter Wing, and its alert mission of the Air National Guard is essential to our South Florida and our nation. Northern Watch, Southern Watch, Operation Unified Response, Operation Enduring Freedom, our airmen have met that goal, and they've met those missions head on, and they've done them. The base has a long-standing and important place in our community with that economic impact growing year after year. I remember when, I hate to say how old I am, but I remember when Colonel Fulgham was here, those of you that are like really old. There you go. And he was delighted that we actually creeped over $100 million economic impact. They had to count the numbers over and over again before they finally got it right. And that was his wing briefing. And now look at what the base does today. And I look at our airmen, and quite frankly, I'm delighted to be associated with them. And let me tell you, Wing Commander, I was with your airmen on Thanksgiving morning when they were feeding homeless at Chapman Partnership. They're a great batch of guys. I was a little disappointed that the base didn't collapse into a pile of cinders when I retired, but you know, the jets are still going. Okay, it'll be all right. My ego will recover. Today, our arguments today have been in a very binary kind of terms, okay? Patriotic, you vote with the base. Unpatriotic, you don't vote with the base. If you favor Homestead Air Reserve Base positions favoring the applicant, then that endangers the base. you know, if you vote with the base, no, stop. I don't view it as binary at all in that matter. The way I look at it, it's an issue of preparedness or unpreparedness. Are you prepared or are you ill-prepared to move forward? And both sides of the argument are very compelling. But like an old friend of mine used to say a long time ago, Judge Person used to always say, you know, no matter how thin the pancake, there's always two sides. So let's take a minute and look at it. Let's look at the applicant. All right, they purchased the property legally, long-standing owners of the property. There are no liens against the property at all. It's not encumbered, is it, to my knowledge? No liens against it,
No.
nothing, okay? They have a successful multi-year business that have been thriving there. To my knowledge, there's nothing on the record of criminal activity or negative security issues that would infringe on the base. Okay, so nothing, and those roofs have been there all this time that someone could crawl on top of the roof and
Sure.
count the planes going across all these years from the Dunkin' Donuts. So now the applicant wants to develop, and again, something of a routine nature. I mean, it's just something you do with your property. Much of the infrastructure, I understand, is already laid in, correct? I understand that from the preceding years, it's already there, so they're ready to launch that mission. City of Homestead, our city has adopted the ACUS document, which I remember at the time wasn't entirely greeted at the time. It was a fight, but the city council did it at the time, and at the time the residents were told that this was going to save the base from development and encroachment that could endanger the flying mission at Homestead Reserve Base. And if you endanger the flying mission and the jets can't fly, all of a sudden you don't have an air base anymore. With that being said, the city of Homestead has been a proud and consistent supporter of the base. Air shows, I mean, police support, lots of good things have happened. It's been a very good and productive relationship. And by the way, the accident potential zones have remained pretty clear, Mayor, and I think that's a very positive thing. I reviewed the document thoroughly, all right, and I reviewed all the letters and memorandum from the general, all that, and I don't want to examine each document today, but I am going to bring up what I think are some salient points. First is, why did we adopt the ACUS if the ACUS isn't what we need to follow? ACUS is only part of it. In the absence of a DOD directive, an annex to the ACUS, something like that, we can't adopt anything because the risk that we see, or that I see, is with the base is, for example, the 4,000-foot radius. How long have those ammo points been there at the base, Mr. Ventura? About 60 years. And now we put a blast radius on it? No one's done that? Has any of those homeowners that are our residents, Mayor, have any of them said, oh my gosh, my value of my house has been diminished because if there's another not good thing that happens at the base, we could have problems. The value of my house is diminished. That is probably not good. And it's easy to say, and I think accurately so, that Homestead and the Homestead Reserve Base lives or dies by the ACUS. But what we're seeing now is it continues to creep larger and larger. So, you can tell what I was doing during study hall today. I was writing these notes up. I got a couple questions. Mr. Ventura, can you come forward? I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, Councilman.
Thanks. Okay. Right now, I just wrote down a couple of things that I was thinking about. We have Keysgate Charter, they have the old sports complex that's been torn down, and we have Baptist Hospital, all with clear line of sight into the base. And also the businesses that are there, the Dunkin' Donuts, you know, you can get on top of that Dunkin' Donuts roof. If you want to fry, you know, you can get on top of that roof. Has there ever been any security issue that, or intel gathering or anything like that, that you can share with our group from those buildings, each of which has been there, what, 10 or 15 years?
Information,
I can't
Counselor.
hear you.
I'm sorry, I said I couldn't share such information. I apologize for that.
I'm sorry?
I could not share such information. I apologize.
So there's no briefing that could be given to the city council in an unclassified manner
No,
that
sir.
would say this is why?
Not that I'm aware of. Those types of things are not put out for public dissemination that I'm aware of.
Okay. So do you have any specific security arrangements with any of them?
I'm sorry, say again?
Do you have any specific security arrangements with any of them? The hospital, the whatever, to secure their roofs, to secure their windows? When I had my gallbladder removed last year, I could look out the window and there were the jets, and I was in the hospital in Baptist, and I was looking out the window, there were the jets. So how do you know that that's not happening every day?
Well, we have not put any such restrictions on the hospital. It was pretty far away. You mentioned the Dunkin' Donuts and whatnot. That was before my time. So there are things that were before my time that have come around that we kind of consider grandfathered because there's nothing we can do about it. We try not to make anything worse than it already is.
Yeah, but I'm not asking that. I'm asking, has there been any security concerns with those buildings?
Same answer I've given you before.
So
I don't mean to be elusive. I simply can't speak to those.
I'm okay with that. So I guess the next question I have is, where does this end? Because we have, I'll just use that structure. We have a multi-story structure going in a hotel. What if a half a kilometer away, someone wants to put up a 7-story building? Are we going to have the same stuff again, this same type of hearing again that requires us to make a decision without any, without anything?
All proposed developments that are within the military zone are evaluated. I can't tell you, depending on where it is and what it is and how high it is, I would have to evaluate it at that time as to whether we think there's an issue with it. There are different developments that have come around over the years, and we evaluate each of them individually.
Another question. Boy, I just loaded up, Larry. I had study hall with my kids, and I'm
It's
just
quite
writing all
fine,
this stuff
Councilman.
down, man. I'm writing it all down. How high are those old Job Corps buildings that were once barracks?
I can say 3 stories.
They're 3
I
stories.
could be off by a story. I think they're 3.
They're 3-story buildings.
Yeah, they are abandoned and
So that, in that location, is kind of sort of halfway, between the fighter wing and the Fang. Okay, fine. Is it a security consideration today?
well, those were, it's difficult to say, those were, government owned. They were on the other side of the airfield, which doesn't house all the things that we talked about there tonight. It was up on the northern side of the airfield. And those are since abandoned and still under government control.
I understand they're under government control, so they're no longer, but my point is, for the applicant, his building is a security concern. Like
It
you
is.
said, you can drill a hole and do the Mission
Sure.
Impossible thing, but those 3-story buildings that are essentially halfway, wherever they fall, and they're right on the wire or very close to the wire, those are not a concern?
No, they're not really. They're the ones that are closer to the base are, and we'd like to take them down. They are old, and we find them to be a terrorist threat, but they are, once again, they are under control of the government. That is, some of those are owned by the county, some of those were owned by Department of Labor or Department of Homeland Security. So they were always under government control. And yes, if we had our druthers, we'd like to see all those buildings come down because we do think they are a terrorist threat.
The 2020?
And we've been trying to do that, by the way.
The 2020 ACUs, is that final? Is that ready for adoption?
2020 ACUs is final. It was presented at that time we were still kind of in COVID, so it was done as a virtual public meeting.
Has that been presented to the council yet?
It was given, a copy was given to the city and presented publicly. It has not been like brought here before the council and given a public hearing.
Okay.
We can do that at any time.
I guess one of the questions I had was, why do we have an ACUS if the briefing says, oh, this was a hotel next to the ACUS and it got hit, and this was another structure outside the ACUS and that got hit? Then why do we have an ACUS?
Great question. Happy to answer that. So I'll say again that the ACUS was developed, okay, originally as a noise study, okay? And then later on in future years, it evolved into a safety study. And like I've been talking about tonight, and I want to clarify some things you had said earlier, we can't take everything everywhere, draw a 5-mile radius around the base and say, you can't do anything anywhere. That would be, a little crazy. So what we try to do to the best of our ability in the ACUS is through that particular document, through 30 years of statistical record keeping, come up with the areas where most accidents occur. And by the way, where most accident occurs also depends on the type of missions that are being flown and the service that's using it. The Navy has different ones. So we say that because we have to come up with something. It's not like we say, why do we come up with it? We come up with it because, like anything else, you always try to come up with the most likely scenario. Right? We do that in many things, not just the Air Force, but all through civilian community. We come up with the most likely scenario for all kinds of things, and we set limits or standards based on those. What I simply am doing by talking about the crashes is reminding everyone, again, that while it's most likely that the most accidents occur within those lines, the plane doesn't know that, and it doesn't mean it can't crash outside the lines. And in this particular case, where this development is only 1,000 feet from that line. Now, yes, it's outside the line.
Okay,
yes,
then
sir.
let me ask you a follow-up, please.
Yes, sir.
With that being the standard, okay, the plane doesn't know where it's going to go, and I get it if it's in a very bad way, God forbid. Then why is the farm worker housing still there?
Because that was another thing that was grandfathered in because they predated the ACUs and predated. That was started off as actual Army building, if I'm not mistaken, when we were flying propeller airplanes. And then it was eventually turned over and became the farm worker housing area. It was grandfathered into the ACUs when we passed the ACUs as a pre-existing structure.
My question leads to this. The history of it aside, okay? If it's a danger to life and limb to be living under the APZ-1, which is essentially where they're at, which is next to the clear zone, is like the most dangerous part,
Sure.
If I was a family member, I'd be saying, how does the fact that it's grandfathered in stop a C-17 engine from landing in my backyard?
It doesn't.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
So here's where I'm going, okay? And here's why my vote will actually be with the applicant. I believe that a briefing could have been given to the council. All right, you can do it in private. You can, and I understand you can't have a top secret briefing or something like that. I get it. We understand those kind of things. But that briefing could have been given to say, this is why this is important, and it didn't happen. If we had met, I would have asked you to do the same thing I asked the applicant to do, which is tell me how much skin in the game does Homestead actually have? Because I get it, the economic impact of the base, but how much of that is in Homestead? How many full-timers live in Homestead? How many reservists live in Homestead? How many subcontractors are Homestead subcontractors, that kind of stuff. I would have asked you that if we had met. But we don't have any of that. And I've been around a long time too. I mean, I guess you and I started at the base pretty much at the same time. I remember when Ross Layton was writing letters with the entire congressional delegation around 2005 asking for the F-35s. So here we are almost 20 years later, and, you know, I just don't know. My issue is, in my history, okay, for what little history that is, when the Air Force Reserve Commander wants something, it gets done. And when the Air Force Reserve Commander wants to buy something, they find the money to buy it. And in this case, no one's trying to find any grant money or anything to move the farm workers out, but that guy is going to shut down the base. No one's finding money to get rid of those old Jurassic Park buildings that are still out there, but that guy's going to shut down the base. It just doesn't wash. It just doesn't make it. And I know I'm loading you up, Larry, and I apologize. You know.
No, don't apologize. It's fine.
It just doesn't make sense. And as developers come in and out, and they come in and out, we need to have that. Precision in our decision making, that we know what's a risk for the base, and we know what's safe for the base. We know what we can recommend and what we can't recommend, and not have it by surprise. All right, because if this was really important to the Air Force Reserve Commander, guess what? They would have bought an easement on that property. They would have bought an easement on that property years ago, or some type of a taking. Because that's essentially what you're asking these guys to do now. You want to take away, some development rights. Air Force Reserve Commander didn't do that. There's no DOD directive or annex to the ACUs or something like that that says this is our security cordon. You know what I mean, around the base, and we have to fight for this. It's just not there. And as for me, I mean, I respect the base. I respect the mission of the airmen. Participated in a bunch myself, hurricane hunters, you name it. We were out there. We did all that stuff. But it's actually kind of, it's screaming in my ears that this base falls under the Air Force Reserve Command, correct? And we don't have anything from the Air Force Reserve Commander. We don't have anything from the 10th Air Force Commander. We have our own wing commander that doesn't address the council. I mean, I'm not sure what's going on with the base. It kind of falls under the category of it's just not important to do that stuff. And I can't hold them to that standard under the whim of the base. It's got to be more in place.
If I may address some of your comments. So let me see if I can clarify a few things, and not necessarily in the order which you put them at, because that was too long of a list for me. One thing that stuck in my mind, I'm going to go all the way back and talk about some technical things first. So you talked about the 4,000-foot cordon, which was established around the base, and what about all the other people around there? So I want everyone to understand it's important to note that the explosive safety easement that is around the base, which ends just short of that property, is an easement for bombs which are stored inside what we call the igloos, that is the weapons storage area. Again, that is a line that is drawn there because that's the only place we can put it. That's where they are stored. Most of the time, they are there. Once you bring it outside of the storage area, that no longer applies, which happened in this case. There was a traffic accident regarding the vehicle that was carrying the bomb, and that's why the 4,000-foot radius had to be established. What we are saying by that statement is that, I can't establish a 4,000-foot radius every time we move a bomb a foot this way or a foot that way. So we have the explosive safety easement where it is placed, but once it comes out, we can't establish one anywhere it might move on the airfield. So the 4,000-foot cordon is established. We were simply saying that when that accident happened, and any other one, once they're outside, it could be anywhere. So we don't know that. We're simply saying that was right there, right over the line of where the current safety easement is. And we felt that in conjunction with many other things that I mentioned, would have been a particularly bad area for hotels, because what some of these things have in common, and the farm worker housing area you talked about, the people who live around there and the farm worker housing area at least know where they're at, and they're living by the base, right? And these things are online, okay? But someone staying in a hotel has no idea. Let me also talk about the fact that why has the Air Force Reserve Command not bought this property, and we don't have anything? Let me tell you, that is exactly, we do have money, and that is exactly what the REPI program is, and that is exactly why we bought the Compatible Lands Foundation here. When we come to you, yes, it has been put forth to you that you're being asked to make a decision that's going to get you in trouble. What's not being said is we are actually bringing forth a solution to make everybody whole, so you don't have to make that decision. If they accept this and give us 90 days, we can put an offer on the table. It never has to come before you at all. You don't have to make that up or down decision. They can be made whole by being paid for their incompatible development rights. We can be made whole by not jeopardizing the OPSEC security of the base, and you don't have to be put in a position to make this decision. A 90-day deferral would get this done. That's it. You mentioned the other areas around the base, and again, some of those were pre-existing. Farm worker housing area, we are looking to, they're going to be relocating soon out of the accident potential zone. In fact, the military, as you know, has facilities all over the world. And we would love to buy easements all over the world and just secure everything. You know, fact is, they don't have the money or the ability to do that. So they pick and choose where the most issue areas at the time, right? And so we've now identified this to be an area, and we have money to bring a solution to the table. Which commanders responded, and the fact that who is up here at the podium, I am the designated official for Homestead Air Force Base to speak on behalf of the base on all land use matters, and that's why I'm here. When I speak on behalf of the base, I am also speaking on behalf of my commander, Air Force Reserve Command, and 10th Air Force. I am the designated representative for the land use around the base. The fact that you got a letter from the 3-star general in charge of the continental United States National Defense Mission should be high enough for anyone. I was surprised when I got that letter. I don't have friends that high. But he thought it important enough to write a letter all the way down here to you expressing his concern. So I brought to you a solution tonight so that no one has to be hurt, and I wish you would consider a 90-day deferral. Have I answered all your questions, Councilman? I don't mean to be elusive. I may have forgot some. That was just a lot. But I'll stay here as long as you want.
That's okay, man. I'll still owe you a beer when I see you in the club or something.
Very good. Someone jot that down.
I just want to make clear my observation, okay? That we have all this, the base is going to be shut down by this, or the base is going to be shut down. It's going to impact the mission. I in complete disagreement with you about the role of the uniform commanders and the command staff. That's our job as Green Tabbers to do that kind of stuff. International Air Show, no. Joint base military civilian or civilian military. 150 air bases do that around the nation, no. Partner with the VA for a regional clinic, no. Establish easements, I'm saying that the base has been there for 60 years, no. No DOD directive, no special kind of document. I remember when Bob Jensen, those of you that are old timers, the real old timers, maybe I am getting old, Mayor, I don't know. He wanted to get a grant to buy out the farm worker housing, then known as the migrant housing, remember, many, many years ago. And base don't want to play with that either. My point is this. If the Air Force Reserve Commander is serious about Homestead Air Reserve Base, he needs to get serious about Homestead Air Reserve Base. And don't put the burden on this council that we're going to shut the base down when there's loads of stuff that needs to get done on this on the base that we don't do. They need to do that. Leadership needs to step up and say, this is valuable to me, and we're going to do these things and get them done.
We do, you'll be happy to know, actually have a plan that was done which identified all the areas that we need to buy easements in, and that was done, taken to the Army Corps of Engineers and what they call a real a reaper study. and that was sent up to Air Force Reserve Command for the review. So it's not like we haven't been attempting to do these things. We have to take these things as we can, one at a time. Yes, if it was a perfect world, we would have, planned everything out and been able to buy easements and properties everywhere, all around the base where there might ever be an issue. We do have a plan of where we'd like to do that, but we simply, like any other base, have to wait in line, and we can't do that all at once.
Larry, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else before I go sit down?
Thank you, Councilman. Who's next? Yes, Vice Mayor Fletcher.
Thank you for your presentation earlier. Thank you, everyone, for your comments so far. But just to follow up on one of his questions, and I'm going to have some comments later, I believe, but you asked for a 90-day deferral.
Yes, sir.
But how come we can't go parallel paths and give them the approval and continue to have that discussion down the road, and there still may be an agreement made before any of this thing actually ever gets permitted?
Well, if you give approval tonight, then they can simply walk away from the negotiation table and they're done. If we wait, we can put approval on the table, an offer on the table that they accept. We don't have to go down this road at all, and we can be assured, because the other way we can't be assured. Going this way, we can see if they're going to take an offer from us, put an offer on the table, and resolve this before it goes any farther. Because they're going to march forward, as Mr. Arza said, because they have things to do and they want to continue on with their development. We absolutely do not want them to continue on with their development. We want to stop it and pay them for those rights, which we find incompatible, and stop that now, and that way we're all okay. If they continue to march forward, then, it just gets worse from tomorrow on.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. He has a quick question.
But you brought this to them, and they wanted to talk with him, and he doesn't want nothing to do with them.
I'm sorry, Councilman,
The owners of the property doesn't want to deal with them at all.
The foundation.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know. If he doesn't want to, he has to be willing. And if he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to. All I'm saying is we've offered a solution.
That's not
We've
a
brought
solution
money
when-
to the table, and we've offered something here to resolve the matter to the council. That's all we're saying.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you again. Again, thank you, everyone, for your comments. I'm going to start off being a little disappointed, basically on the staff recommendation. It seems like whenever there's a hot political category, we use the word consider. There's not a recommendation for approval or denial. It's considered. You are a professional staff. You're paid to make these decisions. We're volunteers, basically, up here trying to get the information from you to help us make the best decisions available, and you're not providing us with that information. So I'm starting off with that disappointment. My 30-year background in operational security has every fiber in me saying I want to support the air base right now. But there's a lot of things out there that kind of make me question the overall product that the base is trying to get in the end run. You can go to the south end of the property or the west end of the property unencumbered and take video and put cameras up there in vacant land right now. Although I may not be a fan of certain aspects of this development, I don't think we're the right people to deny those impacts, and a lot of those are based on some legal discussions I've had with our attorneys. It opens us up to some considerable legal issues in the future with the Burt Harris Claims Act. If I could ask the city attorneys to provide us just a little background on what the potential is if we were to vote to deny the application tonight.
I mean, I'm not going to speak to the circumstance. I think we're all familiar with the history of what's happened in other circumstances where there have been, and obviously there are factual distinctions to be made. I'm not going to speak to it globally. But what has happened in the past is where the city has made accommodations to the base at their request, and this was, again, very factually distinct circumstances. The city ended up faced with a potential Harris Act claim and a claim for damages of almost $13 million, or about roughly $13 million. And that related litigation, not the Harris Act claim, persists today. Although it's been stayed for what, like almost a year and a half now, give or take. You know, I'm not going to outline a case for the applicant, depending on your decisions. I just, you know, you're all aware of, you know, the history here and how things have evolved. So we will defend any decision that you make. You have to be aware of the potential ramifications on either side, as I'm sure, you know, the base would avail itself of any potential legal remedies it needed to protect itself as well, as that has happened in the past. So.
Thank you for that information, and I think it's important that the citizens of Homestead understand that there's potential for us to be tied up in litigation for a long period of time at a very large expense to them as well. I would hope that both parties would be able to work together and find an overall compromise here in the very near future. However, at this point in time, I'm leaning more towards the applicant and approval of this application at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off by saying I have so much compassion for the applicants. I know that it's a very difficult position to be in and to be the focus of this kind of conversation. So I do have you know, a lot of compassion and empathy for your process and your experience. I cannot support the application, though, as much as I understand that there are rights that run with the land and that there are you know, a site plan that's been approved. I can't ignore the OPSEC concern. It's pretty obvious, it's been documented, and my position has to be in alignment with supporting the base for the purposes of securing the city, and that's pretty clear. What I would like to see happen tonight is that the applicant allows us to defer the item so that we don't have to make a decision yes or no tonight, but give the REPI program an opportunity to work. A 90-day deferral isn't going to make or break anything in the grand scheme of things, because you can't even get permits approved in 90 days. So let's see what happens with the REPI program. Let's try to get that that conversation moving and give that at least a chance. So I'll rest there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. One further? Councilwoman Bailey?
Thank you, Mayor. I would absolutely love if that could happen. I am incredibly proud and very supportive of the base, but on the other hand, I feel like the applicant does have certain rights. I would be in full support of the base sitting down with staff and thinking of any other scenarios where, you know, we can look at these overlays and make them as strict as the base feels necessary. But when someone has a project in mind, that makes it a little hard. It makes it very hard for us. You know, you mentioned not being able to think of what the scenarios could be, but luckily there are only a few pieces of land left. So it's a very, very tough one. Obviously, not easy at all, but I do, you know, I wish that in your meeting yesterday with the REPI program that there could have been some type of discussion on what that dollar amount could be, and having them sign a contract in order to get that appraisal. That just sounded like a little too much to ask of them before they knew what they would be offered. Does that make sense?
If I could, Councilwoman, no one has to accept the offer. It is simply to allow us on the property to do the appraisal so that we can bring the offer back within the 90 days to make the offer. No one's forced to accept the offer. Again, we only offered solutions.
So what does that contract look like that they would have to?
That you would have to ask the Compatible Lands Foundation. Gentleman is here and he can answer questions on that if you would like.
I would like to hear that, please.
Mr. Knott. He's a Marine, so you should like back up a little bit.
Joe Knott, Compatible Lands Foundation, Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's good. And on? Oh, thank you. So real quick before I answer questions. So we're a nonprofit 501c3. In my prior 33 years, Army, I ran that program at the Pentagon for the Army. Then when I retired, I went to the Secretary of Defense's office and ran it for DOD. And now I'm the luckiest guy in the world. I get to still do this as a nonprofit. I'm a tree hugger also, so I get to conserve the land and take care of my buddies in uniform. So again, the one fact for sure is I'm the luckiest guy here. So great team we have, a lot of folks who have children serving right now, but also a lot of biologists and folks who look at ways to make it work, partnership. So the information I'm providing, and I'll answer any question you have, is that, that compatible land use, we have three major ways under the law, in the Title 10 USC Code 2684A, that can make whole the landowner if they so desire to take to work with us. Again, the law also says willing landowner only. There is no condemnation. There is no eminent domain. If a person doesn't want us to talk to them, God bless America, have a good day. I know you'll come back a year later because you'll see your neighbor did, and they've got a nice check in the bank. But again, willing landowner all the way. I do appreciate the applicant's team meeting yesterday. The attorney, John, great guy. To your point, we could tomorrow hire a local qualified appraiser, no contract for the landowner applicant, no legal hold on them. One of the key messages we talked about yesterday with the family and their attorney is we could go through all of this process. We could do the appraisal. They could think, hey, this money, it'll fix us. We go through the environmental studies. We go to closing. And they just decide to change your mind. That is fine. It's allowed under this program. Until we hand them that check at closing, I got a headache, Joe. We don't really want to do this deal. That is fine. There's nothing in my 30 more flexible than this program on purpose because it is their land. And so they need, in my biased opinion, that ability to make the choice. But I'll get off my platform soapbox and answer any questions, please.
One last question. Can you guarantee some type of closing, a date for closing? Because we had a month deferral. If we decide a 90-day, what is your typical time frame?
Great question. So two things. One, I don't know any top secret stuff, so I can just say it. The great thing about this base's buffer program, REPI program, is there's already funds here. And I think you're all aware of that as Miami-Dade being part of this. So we have 17 bases around the country, and we do a lot of this, and it's great that we do an appraisal. Again, it's not the government. There's a big wall there. It goes to the nonprofit. Under this program, the Air Force, the military cannot buy the land, cannot put the easement on the land. It's with the eligible entity, the nonprofit. If we do an easement and work a deal with them, once a year we call them up. At your convenience, let come out and make sure there's still what you agreed to and what you were paid for. So that's a key thing is it's not the government. The government gives us the money. It's on an agreement we already have, but it's us signing the easement. It's us buying the land. It would not belong or revert to the military. It's again, that's why we're a land trust. For just say tomorrow, they say, hey, okay, we could go and do an appraisal of it. In a week, I could have somebody hired. There's no federal contracting. I'm the executive director. If somebody's qualified for a yellow book appraisal, bam, you're hired. And we really like local because, we need to put money into the local economy. That person, give or take with Christmas, probably couldn't get us a final draft on an appraisal till January sometime. But I'll just commit right now, a draft we'll share with the family, a final draft we'll share with them. The whole idea, the reason why I love this job is it's all transparency. It's a willing program. And if at the end of the day, they just decide it doesn't work for them, then we under the REPI, the buffer partner, we step aside. That's our job is to offer that road that wasn't there before, where we can actually provide financial dollars, pretty good money, for the, we'll call it the inconvenience, the having to deal with national security issues there with the space. So, long way to answer your question, but if tomorrow I, a nice call, whatever, say, okay, go do that. In 60 days, I'll have a draft that'll show the dollar amounts. And again, there's no hiding that at all. It's the day I get it. It's the day we hopefully sit down and talk and go through it. I know what money we already have in the bank. And again, I live in Arizona, so a little different property values, but I'm pretty sure that what we have in the bank right now is a really, really good start to what might be needed. Not to talk for the applicant, but
I appreciate that. Mr. Arza, if
he's a very nice guy.
Thank you, Joe.
he is a very nice guy.
Appreciate that.
And in speaking on transparency, can you explain what the issues were last night as far as going into a contract and not wanting to hear what that appraisal would be?
I'm actually going to ask Mr. Lucas to speak to it because he's the one that attended the meeting, counsel for my client, so I want him to speak specifically to it. I mean, I will note, since it's been a while since I've been able to stand up, there's been a lot of cross-examination of other folks. You know, with respect to any delay, any deferral, even to the points that Councilman Davis made, I mean, no one is going to assume for a minute that delaying in time is going to increase urgency. It's going to decrease urgency. and you know, the examples that the councilman gave regarding migrant housing, which is owned by an authority, right, a government agency, and two government agencies haven't for decades figured out a way to relocate those folks. But I'm supposed to believe that in the next 30, 60, 90 days or year or 2 years, we're going to reach some conclusion on purchasing land? It's just, it strains incredulity, and there's no need to do so, quite frankly, when you can allow this to continue down parallel paths. If the offer is compelling, my clients are, you know, nothing if not good, you know, capitalists, and if it's a compelling offer that would have been good today, it'll be good in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days without delaying us or preventing us from moving forward after 2 years. There's just a point at which
I appreciate that, but
it's
what
a
you said
family-owned
earlier,
business.
what you said earlier about needing to get into a contract, that's not exactly the way it sounded.
I'll have Mr. Lucas speak to it. I mean, yes, I think you have to sign a contract, and he'll correct, in order for them then to put an appraiser out there and to do all of
Okay,
that.
but that contract doesn't mean anything except that they're allowed to get on the land, right? And the way you made it sound was that you were agreeing to the program, which I thought was unreasonable.
No, I mean, you're not.
So
I mean,
you're not.
Their appraisal would have to come in, but it doesn't change the fact that there's no reason to put the cart before the horse. Let the process play out. Let it, you know, occur organically. Let them make their offer. I have, candidly, I just don't have a high degree of confidence that it's going to end up in anything other than us coming back and saying we can't reach an agreement, and now we've just lost another 90 days that we could have just continued down our path, and that's all we're asking for. But John, if you could speak to yesterday's meeting.
Good evening. John Lucas, offices at 2655 South Lejeune Road, Coral Gables. I have the privilege of working together with Mr. Tremblay and Mr. Abreu, and have spoken with Mr. Knott and his colleague as well with respect to this particular program. In fact, when Mr. Ventura first suggested that a conversation be had with representatives of the Compatible Land Foundation, I reached out directly to Mr. Knott. We had a telephone call initially. We had a secondary Zoom conference, and then an in-person yesterday that we arranged for in anticipation of tonight's hearing. The purpose of the meeting was to better understand what the Compatible Lands Foundation was all about. What we did learn is this: the Compatible Lands Foundation does not represent the United States Air Force. It does not represent the United States government. It is simply a nonprofit land trust that is charged with negotiating with willing participants in a program to acquire property interests in lands that the government feels is necessary in order to create compatibility with their base and mission itself. One thing that's important to note, though, is with regard to the actual need for the Compatible Lands Foundation, why is it that we have a nonprofit that's actually being engaged in this process of trying to convince an owner to be a willing participant in a forced negotiation that the owner can essentially walk away from at any time? What is the whole purpose behind that? The reason why Compatible Lands, we'll just call them CLF right now. What we understood from our conversation with Mr. Knott was the reason why that organization is involved is because the Air Force Base does not have the monies in order to purchase the property interest that it seeks to purchase from our clients, our owners. What interest, if any, do they want to acquire? There are several different things. They can acquire fee simple, which they're not prepared to do because that's not what their program's all about. They want to avoid that. They want to acquire an easement interest. And the easement interest is going to be an interest that will serve the purpose of limiting the scope of the development itself. They want to get an appraisal done. The appraisal will be done in accordance with the Uniform Standards for Appraisals. That is a federal publication that identifies specific valuation methodologies that the governmental agencies utilize and rely upon in arriving at an estimate of value that they can then offer to a particular subject, whether it's in the course of a voluntary negotiation or whether it's in the course of, let's say, a condemnation proceeding within the federal system itself. In reviewing the documents that were filed of record in support of the various concerns that Mr. Ventura had expressed, and I want to talk about the nature of those concerns because on two different occasions what Mr. Ventura communicated to us was, my comments are advisory. His comments were advisory. What we don't have is we don't have a resolution from the DOD. We don't have an act of Congress, as Mr. Arza had indicated. We have no resolutions that authorize the United States Air Force and or this air base to take any property rights from this particular owner. In Mr. Ventura's letter to Mayor Cava on September 27th of 2023, which is all part of the record here, he indicates that HARB has identified numerous parcels that are critical for the operation that are not eligible for either purchase of development rights or environmentally endangered lands program. The federal government doesn't have the ability, nor is there any eligibility to purchase the development rights from these owners, which is the reason why HARB went ahead and enlisted the assistance of the Compatible Land Foundation in order to inquire as to whether or not these owners could in fact be willing participants in the program. Essentially what that overture of let's get together and see if we can make a deal has done is it has created another narrative for tonight that takes us away from the scope of the evaluation that you as decision makers are to make. Mr. Arza has laid out for you the substantial competent evidence, the legal authority, the legislation that you have to rely upon in order to justify your approval of the site plan as it has been presented. What we haven't heard, though, is any type of evidence that would serve to justify a limitation and or a denial of the site plan itself. What the HARB is essentially doing is now, through the CLF program, suggesting to you, give us an opportunity to convince these owners that we have a solution to the problem. And that solution is going to be having an appraisal done of their property of whatever easement rights we feel are necessary in order to make this development compatible with our operations. And when we talk about the easement, what property rights, if any? For those of you who've learned about real estate, we all talk about real estate being a bundle of sticks. And that bundle of sticks carries all types of different rights. What HARB wants to do is they want to identify and select certain sticks from that bundle that will serve to reduce the ownership rights of these owners, and the corollary to that being reduce the density and/or the entire development itself. That conversation can always take place. We find ourselves here in the 11th hour and wonder, in amazement, why are we in the 11th hour now being faced with a request for another deferral with a suggestion that there is a solution out there and that solution is going to be conducting an appraisal and then making an offer and trying to convince these owners to be willing participants or otherwise force feed a valuation for a particular easement interest in consideration for reducing their project itself. That conversation could have happened 2 years ago, but it's only happening now. It would be unfair to these owners to simply defer the decision-making after all of the time, the energy, the money that's been invested in this project, in this process, your time included. The reality is, and I had represented to my new friend, Mr. Knott of CLF, I said, I hear what you're saying. We understand what your program is all about. But currently, with all due respect, at this juncture, we are not willing participants willing to simply negotiate for a reduction in something that we believe that we are entitled to under the law, under the ordinances, as a matter of right. And the reality is, and the representation was made by Mr. Arza earlier, and I'll echo that because it's the representation I made to Mr. Knott yesterday. At this time, we cannot agree to a valuation of the property with the objective of simply limiting the scope of our ownership rights, our property rights, our entitlements. However, I will promise you, and Mr. Knott, you will agree, I will promise you that we will always remain open-minded and we can always have conversations. Because the one thing we always want to do as citizens of Miami-Dade County, and particularly of the city of Homestead, is to be good neighbors and to work together, not work against. So, are there solutions? I disagree with Mr. Ventura's suggestion. We're offering you a solution. No, you're not. Offering us a consideration that there may be further discussions down the road that may lead to some type of a mutual agreement that makes everybody happy.
You say you're remaining open-minded, but if you are not going to hear what that appraisal is, how can anything be accomplished?
Didn't say I was unwilling to hear what an appraisal, unwilling to participate in the program in the 11th hour or otherwise be force-fed. Allow me to finish this. We don't want to be force-fed with an overture that, yes, we are going to make an appraisal and we can engage in a negotiation, and incidentally, you can walk away from the closing table if it ever comes to that. We're here to listen. But what we don't want to do is to agree simply to a process that is being offered to you right now that would serve to delay any further the approval of this project to which these owners are entitled.
I don't know if I'm missing a piece here, but I'm pretty sure that the way to continue this is to get that appraisal, and the only thing is to agree to letting that appraisal happen. So you're not being force-fed anything. You are agreeing for somebody to come on your land and give you an appraisal. That's all you're agreeing to. Then once you get the appraisal, Mayor, I'll rest now and listen to the rest of the comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Ventura.
Thank you.
Obviously, they are not of a mind to proceed, but I just need to correct some things that the gentleman said for my own posture. All right? To begin with, yes, the Air Force does have money, despite his testimony. The REPI program, so you all know, as I've said many times, is a cost-sharing program. So the Air Force has money right now, theoretically in my pocket, okay? We have money right now in our REPI program, and it's a cost-sharing program. What we do is we give that money to the partner. There is always a REPI partner there who we share costs with. In this particular case, CLF is the partner. So we give them that money, and they match that money through their contacts and their, I won't try to get into their organization, they match that money and they purchase those easements. Okay, so we do have money. He also mentioned the letter to Mayor Cava saying we do not have a PDR, the ability through PDR or through the EEL program to purchase these. So different programs, different partners have different requirements. So the PDR program is a county agriculture department. That's purchase of development rights. That particular partner can only be used to purchase agricultural rights, okay? This is not that. The EEL program you may be familiar with is the Environmentally Endangered Lands Program. They are also one of our REPI partners, just like PDR is. But that program can only be used to purchase environmentally sensitive lands under the EEL program. This property is not that kind of eligible for that. It is not that kind of property. So that is why that letter went to Mayor Cava. It's not saying we can't, it's saying we can't use those two partners. So we added a third partner, which was the Compatible Lands Foundation, whose only requirement is to purchase land around military bases for compatibility. Would we have done it long ago? Absolutely, had we known they existed. There are lots of different partners out there, and we did not know, unfortunately, and I must apologize for their existence, or knowing about their existence, until, I don't know, just some months ago. And when we found out, we immediately acted and engaged the county and the Air Force REPI program managers to get these folks added as a new REPI partner, and that's why it had to go through Mayor Cava and the council. So they are now added as a third REPI partner. So I just wanted to set that straight. And again, they do not have to participate. We simply wanted to make an offer. We feel we have the ability to do that and to potentially resolve it. So I just wanted to say that for the record so that if there's no misunderstanding, that was for my own posture. So you all know that I've told you the truth here. All right?
Thank you, Mr. Ventura, and I'll turn to Mr. Roth now. Did you need to interject something?
I will just note, the real estate transactional lawyer in me, which is very little of me, had a question for my clients who, of course, do this more. There's nothing that stops anyone from doing an appraisal on vacant land. Like, you're not appraising an operating business. You don't need access. Appraisals are done all the time. Mr. Mayor, you're a real estate transactional attorney. Appraisals are done based on, what a property can be developed for. They don't need access to our property. They can run an appraisal today. They could have run it 2 months ago, 6 months ago, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. It's just the plain reality. So really, this is about trying to push us into a direction where we get further delayed. We can get our project approved. They can run an appraisal tomorrow. They can run an appraisal next week. They could have run it 2 weeks ago. They could have run it 2 months ago. There's nothing that guarantees that they'll do it in any period of time except to delay us. So I had that question for my clients, and they confirmed it for me. And again, Mayor, I know you've got great experience in transactional matters. Appraisals are run as people make unsolicited offers on things, and they do appraisals without permission. Like, they would have a sense. They didn't know how much it was. They would have been able to attend the meeting yesterday and say, hey, we're thinking of, this is about the range that we have. This is the kind of money that we think we can pay you. They did none of that. They're going to ask you guys to give them another 90 days or 60 days or 120 days, and then they're going to come back and say, like, oh, well, no. They can do the appraisal at any point, and they can do it even while we continue through some permitting and some other things that doesn't further delay a family-owned business. Many of you are business owners up there. Imagine being in their shoes. We're going to send somebody your way that may or may not buy your business or property, and you can't open for another 90 days or get your business started. How does that sit with anybody? It's a tough pill to swallow. So again, they can run an appraisal anytime they need. They do not need a deferral from this board. They do not need you to deny this application to do that. They just haven't done it because they would prefer not to have to deal with it. That's just the God's honest truth. So just wanted to state on the record how I understood appraisals, and happy to hear anybody else commentary on that.
Very well, thank you. Before I turn to Mr. Roth, we've got a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30. Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes. Opposed to 11:30? Okay. You're on.
Thank you, Mayor. So first let me say, I've never missed a council meeting in 8 years. This is the one I wish I would have missed. Saying that, that was going to be some of my thought process, which you just brought up. And I think if the gentleman from the CLF, I think he was actually saying that that's part of the process they can go through. And I think as somebody asked if you have to sign a contract with them, somebody was answering yes, and he was shaking his head no. So I'm all for people's rights. I have that, right? And I'm also in a rock and a hard place with our base, national security. It's very important that we allow them to go through the process that they need to go through. They've been delayed already 2 years. But I also think with Mr. Knotts coming up here and telling us that they can also unilaterally or with them go through their process to maybe potentially make an offer. The other attorney was very eloquent in the way he said, there's pieces to the land puzzle, right? There may not be an offer to buy the entire property. There may be offers to buy specific rights. And if the CLF is willing to go through that process while the landowners are going through their process, and at some point you can meet and have that discussion where maybe you come to an agreement that you buy out those specific rights that they're looking for to buy out, which doesn't hurt or the landowner agrees to do, then I think we're in a happy place. Now, you can't make both parties happy altogether, right? If we don't go and deny this tonight for the base, you're going to look like, as my colleague to the very end, Colonel Davis, Councilman Davis, had eloquently put together. And if you take away somebody's rights temporarily, it doesn't bode well anyways. So I kind of think, as much as I respect Mr. Ventura and the base and their activities, I'm out there on the base once a month. I have lunch with the Military Affairs Council and listen to all the briefings. I'll use the word briefing because I don't get to use that word very often. He brought it up very many times, briefings, from all the different branches of the military, Coast Guard, and all these different things that eventually I hope that we can come together with a solution. But I just think that this is probably one of the hardest decisions that I've had to face up here. You know, loyalty to the base, loyalty to someone's rights. And I don't think that I have that authority to take away someone's rights. But I still have the mission to help as best as I can protect the base's mission. The base is very, very important to, not only to, and I'll be selfish, not only to the city of Homestead and South Dade, it's important to the security of our country. And I get that. You know, I hear the sound of freedom every day flying over my head, right? And we call that the sound of freedom. Some people don't like that sound. Well, I love that sound. That's the sound of freedom to me. And I think that this exercise tonight, as taxing as it has been, I think, on all of us to go through, being an American is about protecting people's rights. And I think that's where we have to be. And if the CLF wants to invest and go through that process and spend money to help maintain the mission at the Air Force Base, I think if there's anything that hasn't been disclosed about what he needs from the property owners tonight, then we need to know that now. But if he can make his assessments, hire his appraisal, and being in real estate, we know it's not going to be based on land value. It's going to be based on the potential of what you've already have here in a site plan, right? So to me, that's a very big number, depending on what you want to take away from them when it comes to the development rights that they already own. So I just wanted to share that, and if we ever have to face another meeting like this one, I'm not coming.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all, and I agree, Mr. Roth. Meetings, as the prior hearing, this hearing, and one coming up. That's why we get the big bucks. and this is difficult, and I'll speak for myself, and I think I'll represent the thoughts of those who are going to also support the applicant. This is not that binary choice of the base or property rights. We have an 80-plus year, this city and the people of this city have an 80-plus year partnership with the base. Not a partnership, but a marriage. And many times Homestead has bent over, not backwards, but bent over forwards to accommodate the wishes and the preservation of the base. We gave up a lot of job potential at the Copart property under this idea that it's going to save the base from incompatibility. We're working forward to extricate all of ourselves from some very complex Bert Harris litigation. We've made major adjustments to our park plan at the sports complex to accommodate those concerns. So, don't let anyone ever say that the city or either one of us individually, don't let it ever be said that we don't support the base, its mission, or its people. We do, day in and day out. And I get the fear of, the angle of the operational security issue, but I kind of have to echo Councilman Davis. You can get on the roof of a 2-story house in Waterstone 300 feet further away and do the same thing. You go out into a tree farm on the east side of the runway and do the same thing. And I understand that there are folks who will do that and who have perhaps done that. But that's just the world we live in, and the applicants here have made accommodation for extra security measures and some of their higher elevations. And a vote tonight to move this forward does not foreclose further discussions on a potential buyout of rights. So with that, does that conclude the public comment? Any further public comment? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment section and ask for a motion to approve this item. Moved by Councilman Davis. Second by Councilman Cannonball. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila,
No.
Councilman Roth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey,
Yes, and I really hope that you try, because I feel like today you were a little dishonest in how the meeting last night went. I understand you weren't there, but you talk about wanting to work something out. Please continue to be open-minded with them, and if it's something fair, try to take it.
Councilman Cannonball,
Yes.
Councilman Davis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher,
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Good. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you
Rosner.
all. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
All right, I believe that concludes the quasi-judicial portion of the agenda. Now we have first reading of tab 22. Mr. White or Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mayor, this is tab 22, card number 3931. First reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc., by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 3, District Regulations, to provide regulations establishing the technology mixed-use zoning district, providing for inclusion in the code, conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date. It's first reading.
Thank you. Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Staff recommends the mayor and council consider this proposal. The reason we're recommending consider is because this is purely a policy directive. It does not fit into the code one way or the other, so it's up to you to decide if you'd like it or not. The applicant proposes to create regulations to establish a new zoning district category, technology mixed use, in Chapter 30 zoning of the city code. The requested TMU zoning is referenced in policy 2.1 of the city's comprehensive adopted comp plan, technology mixed use future land use map designation. The comp plan cites that this designation will be implemented by the future technology mixed use zoning district and is currently implemented by the professional business restricted B1A, B1, B2, and B3, and PUD zoning districts. The proposed code amendments do create the regulations referred for the referenced TMU zoning district, which is intended to permit a combination of uses with one development inclusive of vertical and horizontal mixed use and mixture of uses. And the applicant is here, has a full presentation, I'm assuming, to give you, and let you work it over. Good luck.
All right. Hello.
Good evening, Melissa Tapinas, law office is at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. It's a pleasure to be here before you this evening. I do have a presentation, although I've really appreciate everyone's time, and I've had the opportunity to go through that presentation with you all. So if it's your will, I'll go through it briefly. We're all very familiar with your future land use plan map. The City of Homestead future land use plan map has 4 different areas of land that is all designated TMU, or technology mixed use. There is no implementing land development regulation zoning district for that land use designation. All the properties have various zoning districts. What we're proposing as part of this legislation was at the last meeting on November 15th, the council approved at first reading a text amendment to the future land use category of TMU to make sure that residential would be allowed in the new TMU zoning category. This evening, we are attempting to establish new land development regulations. And this is a follow-up to one of 2 public workshops that we had in July and October. At that October meeting, for the record, we committed to having at least 2 community workshops prior to any site-specific rezoning, and I wanted to reiterate that for the record here this evening, as well as agreeing to meet with your city attorney after you all met with the city attorney and provided him your comments. We did have the opportunity to meet with Mr. White, and we have incorporated everyone's comments, and we did go through those individually. We can go through it again, but it's a long evening. We did incorporate, most importantly, the ideas of common open space, required mixed use, specifically with a minimum mixed use percentage. Moving forward, what we're hoping to do is come back before you at second reading of both the text amendment to the comprehensive plan as well as this second reading to this ordinance. If there's any comments that you think of in the next month or so before that reading, we'll definitely be back in touch, and we're happy to continue to work on this legislation together. Following the incorporation of these land development regulations into the code, we would like to move forward with a rezoning of the 97-acre piece of property owned by the Algers and under contract by D.R. Horton, along with moving forward with the regulating plan and the master plan that will be submitted to your community development department this week in order to make the January Development Review Committee. And as far as timeline moving forward, what we anticipate is following the city's charrette in mid-January for us to have those 2 community meetings, followed by what we hope to be the first reading and second reading of the rezoning of this property to the new TMU zoning district. With that, we're available with any questions that you may have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Ms. Tapinas for going over the changes with me today, as well as in our previous meetings. And I want to thank staff for taking the time as well to go through the land development regulation proposal. And I was happy to see pretty much 90% of all the items that James and I James and I identified, having already been incorporated, but if we can, between now and next hearing, if we can, or reading rather, if we can clarify the open space requirement. So if you can touch on that a little bit now so that everybody's aware with regards to creating that clear definition between green space, open space, indoor versus outdoor, et cetera.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilwoman Avila. The discussion that we had was related to the comparison of these open space requirements to the city's existing PUD open space requirements, so in the way that they're treated. We find that Section 30-569 of the city code talks about, or requires 35% of gross area of land to be common recreation and open space, and thereafter has other kinds of limitations, like 5% of that can be balconies and decks, 33% of the 35%, which is about 11.5%, needs to be usable green space. So we want to make sure that we'll work with your city attorney in incorporating some of that language, but to follow up on the conversation that we had earlier today when we looked at our currently drafted, not yet to be submitted, but to be submitted, hopefully, definitely by Thursday, Friday. We found that with those definitions, and they are very confusing in the PUD ordinance, we're at like 65%. So it's just the way that you define things, and our hope is that this code is much clearer, to be very specific, and more importantly, the master plan and regulating plan will have exactly what it is that you're approving at public hearing. But we'll continue to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I agree that I think the master plan will have that real precise language, but it's important that the land development regulation is as clear as possible to help, not just for the application that we're going to review for this master plan in the future, but for other properties. So I appreciate the continued work on that. And then also, can you clarify the percentage of the commercial versus residential with regards to this, with regards to how you're calculating it? So when we look at a potential future master plan where you might have vertical mixed use and horizontal mixed use, is it 20% commercial of the entire land use area, or square footage, or just talk about how that's being calculated? Thank you.
Correct. So right now in the draft before you, in section 30.396-562, D, we talk about mixed uses, and specifically that vertical and horizontal mixed use is required, and specifically that a minimum of 20% of the land area, excluding amenities, open space, retention areas, and public and private right-of-ways, shall be mixed use. So what we wanted to do was make sure that we're talking about actual developable land, and uses would be that 20%. By example, in Miami-Dade County, in the urban centers and rapid transit zone, mixed use is 15%. And it doesn't have all these exclusions. So we thought 20% was a good place to start, especially because of the diversity of the land areas throughout the city that have this TMU designation.
Thank you. So when we have that second hearing, if we can get those exclusions kind of concrete into the regulations, that'd be great. And then with regards to some integrated courtyard experiences in some areas like that, can you speak to that, please?
Yes, that same section of the code provides that mixed-use developments shall, as a mandate, provide integrated open space for public use. So not only is mixed use required and the 20% minimum is required, but also that integration of open space for public use is a requirement.
Thank you. And then also with regards to indoor amenities, my understanding is that there was not any specific guideline regarding indoor amenities, but I guess under your green or open space clarifications, you'll clearly define indoor amenity requirements?
Yes, my thought is to work with your city attorney, and specifically in section 30.396-563, where we talk about what is required in the master site plan and regulating plan, and include in the section dealing with open space to provide specifically indoor open space so that that could be provided for in whatever master plan and regulating plan. Of course, ours already has that information, but I understand that that's important to at least know whether a project has indoor amenities or will it be outdoor only, et cetera.
Thank you so much. Those were mainly the points that I had that were remaining kind of ambiguous to me. So I really appreciate you clarifying that. I want to state that I appreciate the inclusion of the mobility plan that will allow for identifying the rest stops or the ride-sharing locations throughout the project. I appreciate the inclusion of the electric charging stations, so it's a nod to being more green. The minimum unit sizes that either meets or exceeds the live local adjustments we made as a policy, right?
Yes, that's included.
Yep. And then the elevated signage, can you speak to that? The elevated signage, is that?
The entrance feature locations are included, and if you're speaking of the billboards and other things, those are prohibited.
So with regards to like the commercial signage for the businesses, other than just the entrance feature itself, is there going to be elevated signage throughout the project directly?
Yes, absolutely. That'll be part of the master plan, and we'll have to comply with the city code. There'll be no revisions to the city code.
All right, I'll rest there, but I can support this item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Davis.
Thanks, Mayor. I had a quick question. Thank you for bringing all that stuff up, Councilwoman. That was awesome. Thank you. The one thing you didn't cover is, remember we discussed in the walk-ins around, a lot of people, felt that they wanted a closer police protection on that side of town. What is the state of a police substation out there? Is that going to happen?
So we are open to working with your police department if they would like a substation at this location. Of course, that will add an elevated sense of security to this development, so we're very open to that. We're happy to meet with your chief as to whether he believes that's something that's necessary, but we're of course open to that. And there's plenty of space in our commercial mixed-use area.
So, police rep, I'm sorry, I don't know everyone's name yet. I'm still the new guy, but you guys are amenable to that, at least that discussion, perhaps making that happen?
Yeah, I'll pass that off to the chief and the colonel, and we'll discuss it.
Okay, excellent. Then we'll just meet. We'll meet before the next, before the next hearing.
Thank you. Would you like to participate in that meeting?
I would.
Okay.
Thank
we
you.
will coordinate with you as well.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else to my right? Anyone here from the public wishing to speak on this matter? All right, so I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion to approve on first reading. Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Cannibal. It's hard for me to say Cannibal. All the signs said Clemente. I just have to stop and think. There we go. Thank you. All right. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Conaball? Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Sorry for the wait. All right. So that moves us to tab 23.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 23 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, comprehensively updating and amending Chapter 22, Public Improvements of the City's Code of Ordinances by creating Article 3, Water Quality pertaining to illicit stormwater discharges and connections, erosion and sediment control, and other quality regulations, updating and amending Chapter 7, Code Enforcement of the City's Code of Ordinances by amending Section 7-40, Schedule of Violations and Penalties of Article 3 to incorporate civil penalties relating to the same, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mayor.
Ma'am.
As a municipal separate storm sewer system and a co-permittee under the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, permit number FLS 000003, the city is required to update its code as per the Florida Department of Environmental Protection to prohibit illicit discharges, illicit connections, illegal dumping, improper disposal, and spills into the stormwater system, and is required to have the authority to enforce such prohibitions. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the two proposed amendments to the City Code of Ordinance. First Amendment, Chapter 22, Public Improvements, by creating Article 3, Water Quality, pertaining to illicit stormwater discharges and connections, erosion, and sediment control, and other water quality regulations. Second Amendment, Chapter 7, Code Enforcement, by amending Section 7-40, Schedule of Violations and Penalties of Articles 3 to incorporate civil penalties related to water quality violations. This is first reading.
Thanks, sir. Questions from council? Comments? All right. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment? Good, no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Ron? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Cannabal? Yes. Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And on to tab 24. First reading.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, tab 24 is also the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 28 Utilities, Division 5, Landscape Irrigation, Section 28-70, Permanent Landscape Irrigation Restrictions, to update landscape irrigation procedures, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The South Florida Water Management District is requiring the city's assistance in implementing local water conservation measures to promote water conservation and decrease water waste with a permanent local year-round irrigation ordinance that restricts the times and number of days landscape irrigation is allowed throughout the city. Since February of 2020, the South Florida Water Management District has been engaged in an initiative to have all local governments within its jurisdiction, including Miami-Dade County, adopt a local ordinances regarding restriction of irrigation. The city has previously indicated a desire to be consistent with the county's irrigations ordinance. The South Florida Water Management District has been diligently working with the county, and in March of 2023, Chapter 32, Article 1, Section 32.8.2 was updated. These newly adopted revisions apply to the entire county, contain variants, method of compliance, provisions, and addresses local enforcement of the county code. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the proposed amendment of the City Code of Ordinance, Chapter 28, Utilities, Division 5, Landscape Irrigation, Section 28-70, Permanent Landscape Irrigation Restrictions. This is first reading.
Thank you. Council? Councilman Davis.
No, nothing. I move.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. I just say this looks like it's going to require another educational campaign out there.
Of course.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is any public comment? None. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Cannabal?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct. No.
Councilman Ron?
Yes.
Councilman Davis?
No.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
I'm going to side with my conscience and say no.
Motion
Motion
carries.
carried. And tab 25, second reading.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, tab 25 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budgets for each of the several funds and departments of the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023, by increasing the total budgeted revenues and expenditures by $278,309, providing for repealer, severability, and an effective date.
Any objection to waiving the staff report on second reading? I didn't think so. We have a motion to approve. Moved by Councilwoman Bailey.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Cannabal. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Ron? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Cannabal? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And tab 26, second reading.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, tab 26 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budgets for each of the several funds and departments of the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023, ending September 30th, 2024, by increasing the total budgeted revenues and expenditures by $10,781,880, providing for repealer, severability, and an effective date.
And we'll waive the staff report on this item. Do we have a motion to approve? Second reading, moved by Councilman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Davis. No public comment. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Carnival? Councilman Wrong? Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And that takes us to tab 27, the electric rate.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 27 is also the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code, the City of Homestead Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 28 Utilities, Article 8 Electricity, Division 2 Deposits, Rates, and Charges, Section 28-251 Schedule of Electric Rates by establishing revised base rate charges for electric bills, providing for severability, providing for implementation, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. So real quick, Mr. Manager, it's the first rate adjustment since
1988, 35 years.
1988.
Well, I hear there was a 10 cents rate adjustment like 20 years ago.
And coupled with the reduction in the power cost adjustment, the overall effect is a reduction in a bill.
Reduction of $12.80 a month in the bill.
On the average residential bill.
Correct.
Very good. Thank you. Any public comment? Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. Roll call.
Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Cannonball? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And on to the discussion item, Mr. Manager, tab 28.
Thank you, Mayor. The 2024 legislative regular session convenes on January 9th, 2024. Every year, the City of Homestead staff compiles a summary of state legislative and funding requests that incorporates projects from the city's capital improvement plan as well as other legislative requests. The legislative priorities are the projects and/or programs the city would like to focus on this year as identified by city staff and the lobbyists. The legislative packet is all of the city's projects and/or programs that are in need of funding and/or support should an opportunity arise that does not align with the projects and/or programs identified as a priority. The priorities will be our lobbyists' main focus of the session, but they may also refer to other items of the packet should state priorities align with those items. So we're just looking for guidance, Mayor and Council, of you, well, the new council members haven't seen this. You've seen this in the past. These are primarily capital improvement plans that we put in place. The priority sheet has about 5 items on there that we think, that we actually met with the lobbyists, and they said, listen, we got a good chance of getting monies for these particular projects, so give us the short list. Of course, there's the longer list there, so if any opportunity presents itself up in Tallahassee during this session, at least they can go ahead and try to get funding for the city.
Good. Council?
Mayor, I have a quick question.
Yes.
This list can be amended as time goes by and we say we see something that we recognize needs to be funded. We can change this list, correct?
Absolutely, Councilman. And in fact, during the whole year, if we notice something that we really want to focus on, we could always notify the lobbyists. Yes.
But I would add, with the caveat that the legislature is already meeting in committee. So an entirely, adjustments, yes. Something entirely new that would be a big ticket item would probably, unless their whole focus changed mid-session, probably not. All right, so you have the blessing you need for this item.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anything further? That was it. We're down to business from the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to quickly address, there was an NBC report that came out in October that is making it onto the social media, talking about the city, that it was ranked the second most unsafe city in Florida, correct. Now, there's several issues with that report, primarily that the data being used was 4 years old. It's old FBI data, as well as they didn't take the city's population into effect, right, when they looked at this number. But in January of this year, the police department did do an analysis, a crime analysis of the city, and I just wanted to put that out there for you guys. Aggravated assaults down by 20% here in the city over the last 5 years. Robberies down 45%. Rape and sex crimes down 41%. Residential burglaries down 82%. Property theft down 33%. And vehicle theft down 30%. So I'm going to provide this report to all of you. Like I said, it's out on social media. You guys may get calls and questions about it. At least you'll have this information readily available for you all.
Yeah, if you could circulate that to us, that would be
Absolutely.
tremendous. Now, is that per capita or in hard numbers?
This here is by percentage of the current population of the city.
Okay.
Okay? With that, I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year's to everyone. God bless, and we'll have a great year next year.
There. Mr. Attorney, need a couple of things?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Two quick housekeeping items. First, I'd like to request an executive session in the matter of Lester Brown versus the City of Homestead. It's case number 23-20805 in the 11th Judicial Circuit for Miami-Dade County. And then, secondly, from time to time, I will come to you and advise you that the law firm represents a company that may have an interaction with the city. In this instance, the city represents outside of the city the company Chen Moore, who in litigation elsewhere, and city would like to retain them to conduct a water table study. Totally unrelated, obviously. If any conflict were to arise, we would withdraw from representation of Chen Moore. Just wanted to make sure that you were okay with this, as I bring these
Do you
things to
need a
you from time
formal
to
motion or
time.
just some consensus?
If I can take a motion to waive any potential conflict, and I'll take it
So
from
we
there.
need a motion to waive the potential conflict. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by the Vice Mayor. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you, sir.
All right. Is the exec session time sensitive for this calendar year?
It is not.
Okay. Oh, whatever we can coordinate. I know it's going to get more difficult as the days of December tick away.
No, I presume that this would take place next month.
All right, very good. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a request to review tab 24 again. In trying to prepare for the major items that were on the agenda, I overlooked this one with regards to the irrigation.
Oh.
So I may want to change my vote to a no vote, but before I decide, I just need clarification. This is amending an existing code, right?
Yes.
So-
It's a house cleaning item. Hulu can
It's-
speak to
it's
it.
adopting
And remember,
county
this is
standards, right?
first reading, so you got
And this
another
is-
reading.
Exactly.
Second reading?
It's a house
Okay.
cleaning item,
We can bring this
and
back to you.
basically, it doesn't change any of the penalties, none of the requirements. It's just basically cleaning up some of the definitions and some of the descriptions of, what constitutes, how long after you plant a tree do you have to water, are you allowed to water it every day, and those type of things. So it's really just a cleaning
That's
item.
enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
You'll
Brea.
fill me in. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilwoman Avila, we're at the point in the agenda where you have the floor.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy New Year. Thank you for your support at the Waterstone tree lighting ceremony last month. Thank you, Councilwoman Bailey, for having that Thanksgiving event. And just wishing all health and prosperity in the new year. Will we see each other again before 2024?
I'm sure. I'm still going to be around, so yes.
Not formally.
All right, well, blessings to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bailey?
Thank you, Mayor. I was very close to have all of the applications ready for the Community Relations Board, but just missed the mark. So January, we're coming strong. But along with the Southwest Advisory Committee and Parks, we are going to be doing a movie in the park December 30th. And through SWAC, we have scheduled additional trolley stops from Blakey Park and Roby George so that our residents in the Southwest neighborhood can come and avail themselves of the skating. So thank you to Parks for coordinating that movie night with us as well. So there will be hot chocolate and some additional crafts and fun things to do on the last day of skating. So,
Good.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Have a great one.
Councilman Cannonball.
Merry Christmas. Happy
Turn your mic on. You got to turn your mic on.
Feliz Navidad y próspero año nuevo.
Got it. All right, Councilman Davis.
Well, again, I wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I want to thank our council and the city workers. You guys have been so kind to me coming on board. I'm wondering when the honeymoon's going to end here, you know? But thank you very much. It's been a very smooth arrival, and thank you very much for all the kindness and professionalism you've shown. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I give my good wishes to everybody for the new year, I would like someone to contact the county and have them look at the timing of the lights on Campbell and Flagler and 11th Street. Campbell and Flagler
Oh, yeah, 11th is terrible.
and 11th Street, especially in the evening time. That seems to back up all the way to 2nd Avenue coming to the east. And I'm not sure why, but I can look at it and see that when one light's red and the other one's green, the opposite happens. One turns red and the other one turns green, and you can't go anywhere. So I know that they go out of sync from time to time, so we just got to get somebody out there to look at those. With that, then I'll say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Kwanzaa, if that's what you celebrate. Enjoy your families, enjoy your friends, just enjoy the holiday season, and God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. And if you could, I know we discussed this earlier this week, kind of following up on the Councilman Roth question with regards to timing of the signalization and the issues the county's having at the moment. If you could just provide
So
us a quick update.
the county is now delayed on the signalization down here in Homestead. They're having an issue with the vendor. And so they're trying to resolve those issues. I'll send an update to council once we get more information.
I just want to make sure everybody had that same information. Also, not an action for tonight, but if you could follow up with all of us on the City Hall lighting project and where we're moving forward with that.
Oh, yes.
They would repair with that. I had the opportunity here just before Thanksgiving to go over to Harris Field and see the Orange Bowl Committee give out 500 turkeys to our citizens. And I can tell you at 8 o'clock in the morning, there were 1,000 people in line. So, you know, there were a lot of people that were turned away. There's still a lot of need in this community. Holidays are coming up. Let's make sure we're reaching out and helping those that need it. I too want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas, a safe and happy and prosperous New Year with good health to all of us. With that, your meeting.
Thank you, sir. Well, we got to do a little bit of business. I'd like to have your consent for the reappointment of the Southwest Advisory Committee members, LaWanda Bragg, Pastor Reginald Joseph, Adelia Martinez, Jeanette Mallory, and Adrian Pennerton. Are there any objections? Thank you. All right, I think for our next Cal, I think tonight's meeting is indicative of, let's at least have some history of when and why the change occurred. And let's talk about having 2 council meetings a month, one for non-land use and one for land use. There's really no reason that attorneys and staff and all of us need to be sitting here at almost 11:30 at night. I just think it would be probably a more fair situation to everybody and our residents as well. I mean, as I often say, during my first time on council a long time ago, we had 2 council meetings a month, and I think I kind of have an idea of why that changed. But it seems that our agendas are getting more jam-packed, and you know, the endurance wears off after a certain period of time. So let's at least talk about that.
Absolutely, Mayor. And look, you know, we're going through the growing pains, right? You know, we're about 90,000 people now, and more coming. So obviously, more and more items, especially a lot of land use. But definitely, we're definitely open to that, and I'm sure we can figure something out.
Yeah, let's just kick it around because, I see, and I've often said, we've got redevelopment coming as the vacant land is coming really close to being essentially built out. I think we're going to see a lot of redevelopment, commercial and residential on the west side, and we're going to need to buckle up and be ready for that. Try it. I know other municipalities split those issues.
It could be as simple as we limit all city business to the cow. That way, it's all in consent and there isn't any other items other than the land use. But we'll talk.
Yeah. Finally, one final thing, business-wise, is council ready to again have a public conversation with the proposer for this free use of the city hall site? Well, I know that they made the rounds with some, yes, Mr. Manager. Oh,
I beg your pardon. I'm ready because it's quite an eyesore right there. It needs to get something
listen,
happening.
nothing binding. We have 2 new members. Let's just have that first public all-in-one room discussion.
when would you like that?
Well, I don't know that we want to do it on a committee of the whole day, but maybe, you know.
But you're talking January.
I'm talking January.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
we could
talking
definitely do a
January.
workshop.
Definitely
Yes.
nothing this month.
And that will give a ample opportunity for the 2 new councilmen to meet the folks from the Rebel Group. They'll bring
I
a
think
lot of
they have, and
information.
I don't know if you and staff have.
We've
given
updated both
your
the council members, but
perspective.
it's good to hear from the professionals, so.
All right, because I think we should have a jam-packed cow in January with the triangle proposals and the proposals for the
Yes.
Edison building.
A lot of exciting stuff.
Stembridge
Yes.
building, so let's not try to jam
Yeah,
too much into.
we'll talk to you all and see when a good date to have the workshop is.
And finally, I want to echo the holiday wishes that my colleagues have extended throughout the city. There is need, and so many of the service organizations have helped fill that need in every corner of this community. But I want to thank staff throughout the city who, not just in this building, but in other city facilities, took it upon themselves and most times out of their own pocket to decorate their workspace and their facilities for the holidays. I feel it in the air. I mean, we have it in the council suite there, and the manager suite's got a little extra this year, and it's nice to see that spirit among staff throughout all locations. So with that, motion to adjourn? Good night, everyone. Thank you.